Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm your host, Paul InVerum Todkill, here for a very spooky edition of our Clash of Clans broadcast. Of course, I can't do this alone. I'm joined by the one and only Echo Gaming, who is back and still looking fly as ever.
As fly as last night, but thank you very much, InVerum. It's a great night to play some Clash of Clans. We have some amazing matches set up, and tonight is where it matters. Tonight we're gonna find out who's advancing and who is not. I can't wait to jump into this. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, we're not alone. I got word that a very special guest is joining us to... Oh my goodness!
What's up, guys? How we doing? It's time to play some Clash of Clans in a spooky Halloween edition. Let's go. I'm ready.
That is so good. That's so good. Okay, all right. Eric, everybody, Clash of Eric wins Halloween this year, I think. Just like these players are looking to win some matches tonight, because you're absolutely right, Echo. This is the last night of the season here for ESL Mobile Challenge. Only the top 4 will advance. Of course, it's the end of a very long road for a lot of these players. They started back in Open, have been competing for months to get to this point, all to make it to the Mobile Challenge Finals. There's a lot that's happening this season, so let's take a look at how it all works. This is the ESL Mobile Challenge. Over the last few months, players have been competing in 2 stages of open play, climbing the ladders each month for their chance to make it to the play-ins. In the play-ins, these top teams fought it out, and the best have made it here, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Here, they will compete against each other each week, testing their skills, their communication, and their teamwork, all to determine who deserves to advance to the finals. It is at these finals where we will crown one team the best in their region and the ESL Mobile Challenge champions. $18,000 first place prize. That is a lot on the line for that number 1 team. And we have quite a few who are vying even just to make it to this next step. Echo, let's take a look at how our leaderboard is shaken out.
Let's dive right in and check this out. We have Space Station Gaming up top. They're up 2 wars on all of the competition, sitting at 5-1. Then if you look down this leaderboard, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that all have 3 wins apiece. I'm talking about Lost Metagaming, Volume 0, Happy Endings, Coruscant, and the A team. All of these teams are gonna be fighting it out to be in the top 4, because remember, only the top 4 are going to advance. So this is going to be an all-out brawl tonight to secure the top of the leaderboard. Now, Eric, what are the wars that we have coming up?
We got a stellar lineup of very intense wars. Coruscant versus Volume 0 going to be kicking us off here, followed by Lost Metagaming, Coastal Clash, then Space Station Gaming with Volume 0, Omnipotence, Coastal Clash, Lost Metagaming and the A team, and Omnipotence and Happy Endings to close it out. This is going to be a wild night of Clash of Clans, but coming in for Coruscant, we got Burgie, we got Camwow, Kevin, Marjade, and Soham, and then of course their opponents over at Volume 0, Dogwook Wolf, Ghost, JZ600, Luctus Monster, and Max. And all of these teams are going to be playing for elimination basically, because they need to secure that 4th win. And even I don't even know if the 4th win will even secure. There's so many teams that are so close right now, but Coruscant holding a 36% hit rate right now compared to Volume 0's 55%. By the numbers, Volume 0 seems to be ahead here in Verum.
They are indeed, and it's interesting to note Coruscant started the season with the highest defense rate we had seen of any squad. It wasn't even close. They were leaps and bounds above everyone else. But as the weeks have gone on, those defenses have crumbled a little bit. Volume 0, though, looking incredibly strong, like you said, just by the numbers. But I know there are a lot of fans out there cheering on Coruscant. Fairly new team, all things considered, coming into this. I know they have high aspirations making it forward. I actually had a chance to sit down with talk with Burgie earlier on in the week, get her thoughts going into this match. So let's take a look. Hey, Burgie, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and talk with me as we go into the final week of League Play here for the ESL Mobile Challenge. You guys are sitting at 3-3, right in the middle of the pack. Pretty good run so far. How do you feel it's won?
I feel like it's going really well. We're really excited to make it to Challenge, and we had a great start, and we're hoping to just get another win or two and move on to the finals.
Amazing. I mean, you guys are going up against some pretty stiff competition this week. Volume 0, happy endings. What are you guys doing to prepare for these matches, and are you feeling confident?
We're doing some friendly wars. We're working on our bases. Our defense started really strong, and it's fallen off a little bit the past couple of weeks. So we're trying to put a little more effort into that as well this week. So yeah, we're just trying to improve as much as we can.
Sort of get back to basics, I think, a little bit, because yeah, you guys started off with like a 60 or 70% defense, right? I think you had the highest in the league at one point, looking really, really impressive. So I'm excited to see if you can sort of return to form with some of those bases, because overall, I feel like we have seen, you know, no two wars are the same. We've seen some crazy like 14 Star Wars, 15 Star Wars, and we've seen some that are like more 10 and 11. What do you think is causing so much variation in whether or not teams are being able to triple?
I'm not sure, actually. The meta is, I think the meta is pretty good right now. And I think sometimes it's just about whether you can try to bait bases correctly, or sort of anticipate what moves your opponent is going to make. And if you guess right, you can see some really strong defensive wars. And if you guess wrong, or if they come up with some really nice plans, you know, you can see some 14. And we saw a perfect war last week from Lost Meta, which was incredible. So.
Yeah, it was absolutely wild to watch. I think that's the key there. Can you bait the base? Can you set it up just right? So I think, oh, maybe I can hit it with this, and then boom, one tornado trap to end your whole existence. But no, I cannot wait to see how these matches go this week. So best of luck.
Thank you so much.
I'm excited to see what they can do. That was true a couple days ago. We filmed that, and it is very much true today. I cannot wait to see which one of these squads come out on top. I think there's a lot of love for both of these teams. They both have big fan bases. And honestly, Echo, I'm just looking to see some great clash.
I mean, we're definitely going to see some great Clash of Clans tonight. When Coruscant came out this season, they kind of took everyone by surprise. No one knew what to expect. There were a bunch of content creators and streamers that we were all familiar with, but we didn't know how well they would hold up in these wars, and they came out strong, especially with the defenses as well. But things have settled in a little bit, and their opponents seem to understand what to expect, and now they're part of that middle of the pack. Let's see if they're going to break out today behind Soham, who has been coming through with some crazy unique attacks and really surprising a lot of people. Last week he struggled a little bit, but let's see if he's going to be able to bring it out this week with some amazing attacks. Eric, what's he coming in with right here?
We got ourselves a sneaky Bat Rider attack here, where he's typically going to go in with the sneaky goblins to go after the town hall here. Even going after some of the defenses next to the town hall, which is an interesting approach there. I'm not sure why he took out that mortar there. Usually that is not a concern that he'd invest any troops into, so he must have something planned over there. But he does get the sneak goblins to clear the tornado trap and a couple of the traps around the town hall, but I don't think he's got all the traps there just yet, so he needs to be careful. Maybe send in another tester here as he gets ready to push the heroes in on the other side. He can't be wasting too much time here, focusing only on the goblins. Even though they're a very, very important part of the attack, he needs to be focusing all around here and conserving time and being efficient. So he's got this kill squad coming to the right side, and we'll see if he can set up for these bats and these dragon riders to go in and do what they need to do here, Echo.
Yeah, he's sending those headhunters in as well to care for any heroes that may be there along the ride. That Lava Hound's coming out of the clan castle. That's going to slow down the queen a little bit once she starts engaging. She's stepping up soon. I'd love to see her get on that eagle first, but it looks like she is going to latch on to that Lava Hound. Right now, the core of the base is being funneled down really nicely. We have the invisibility spell dropped. Sneaky Goblins take the town hall. That has been secured. 1 star is down. We had the Yeti bomb come out of that log launcher as well. And, well, I mean, the base is being narrowed down very, very nicely. One thing I want to say is Soham looks like he's settled down a little bit this week. He didn't come out with something that was just unheard of. He's using a strategy that we've seen before, that's done well before and has had some success. So I'm wondering if this base was just perfect for the strategy, or if he said, I got to slow it down, not get too crazy, and I need to pull in the 3 stars. What do you think, Eric?
Well, it's do or die right now. They need to get some wins on the board here if they want to make it into the finals. So can't be taking any risk here. And if you see it, you can make it happen here. He did miss that wizard tower over on the right side, and there are a lot of Teslas around the scatter shot up at the top of the base here. So the bats aren't quite ready. This Tesla farm looks to be specifically trapped against either a hero entry like the king going to the top compartment and or the bats from working their way in there. So he still needs to deal with a little bit more splash damage before he's able to work his way in there. And I think he anticipated maybe his queen would go pick up that first wizard tower. So he starts the bats. They're gonna take a shot to the scatter shot there. A little bit of a mistake there, but he does get the wizard tower on the opposite side. The bats have a chance to move through, but he's out of freezes at this point. I definitely think he intended for the queen to pick off that wizard tower that the bats were working their way into at the start there. And with that wizard tower still standing and the big Tesla farm, the traps were perfectly placed here to stop this. And we saw Bergie talking about the anticipating your opponent here, and they definitely did a really good job of it on that one and holds him to a 78%. That's a relatively low percentage, Erico.
Yeah, it definitely is not the way that they want to start out the war. They've struggled recently on the openings of the war, and Soham is a pretty solid attacker. I'm wondering if they put him into that #1 spot to kind of come out strong. Either way, he did struggle. I feel like the kill squad, the heroes, they got such a good percentage. They narrowed down the base. Sneaky Goblins got everything done, but the Dragon Riders just didn't seem to be enough to push on through. Let's see if Dog Woof Woof at a Volume 0 is going to be able to take advantage with the Super Witch Smash strategy. Coming in, again, we're seeing so many of these bases that are very similar looking, you know? It seems like every one of these bases can be taken down with a Sneaky Goblin style attack, or at least the Town Hall itself. Very similar designs, scatter shots in the corners, Eagle in the other corner, and then the Town Hall on the other side. Very split base. But he's deciding to come on in from the eastern side with those Super Witches. A little concerned about them walking to that cannon on the outside of the base. We're going to see if they have a mind of their own or if they're going to go where Dog Woof Woof wants them to go. It looks like they are going inside of the base. He was able to drop the king in time to establish and set that funnel. And right now, he's got the hero support, he's got the rages, he's got the healers, and he's got these Super Witches that are going to continuously spawn these big boys as they make their way through the base. It's looking good so far, Eric.
Now, I do see a couple of the Super Witches in the bottom side of that right-hand compartment that are beating on the wall right now. So those ones, they went to the wrong side of that long compartment there, and that's a little bit of an issue. We'll see if they make an impact later on in the attack here, and maybe they can come back in and save something on the outside there. But the main push is going up the core. He's got the log launcher that was open up access, and he does get access to the multi-inferno, but he is taking some damage to his healers here. He'll freeze up to save the healers, and there's the jump to carry him into the Town Hall compartment. A couple of ice golems out in front there, and hopefully one of them will pop and freeze up that multi-inferno again. He can freeze it again as necessary, but I don't know if he's going to want to or if he's more concerned about the single inferno and the Town Hall here. He does have the ice golems freezing up and clearing out the threats behind him at the moment here. So it looks like just the ice golems stuck behind to go deal with that multi. The multi is small potatoes here other than dealing with the queen. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, he has the queen ability here. He'll lock in the Town Hall, and those witches that were sitting way back are going to go back and pick up that multi-inferno, but they have a bit of travel time to go here before they can get to these last couple defenses and help out at the very end. He's got plenty of time. Those witches that stuck in the back are going to get access with that jump to carry forward there with no healers, with the ice golem, and I think they're going to get into perfect tanking position here to close it out, Echo. But does he have the time? With only 30 seconds, these witches just barely trudge along here.
I think he's got the time. 30 seconds, he's got the big boys. I think he can get this done. This is the second time as of late that we've seen straggling Super Witches close out an attack as if it was good that they went to the outside of the base. And Dog Woof Woof is going to pull in the first 3-star of the evening as he takes down Cam Wow's base from Coruscant, giving them a 1-star early lead in this war. It's a big deal this early on, especially at this phase.
Yeah, especially with the low percentage there from Coruscant. With a 78%, they're definitely going to be playing from behind. It's a lot of ground to make up for. A low percentage, just really on top of missing the attack there. The low percentage, just the psychology of the players here is really, really important to think about, because if they feel like they have to overcome 2 triples basically to be able to make a comeback to make up for the lower percentage 2-star, then that can be really, really daunting for them. So we have Mara Jade coming in with what looks like a Hydra with a triple clone. It's a center Town Hall base. She zaps out the sweeper on the top side and gets ready to make this entry. Now, the triple clone has to get the value here in the middle of the base so that the dragons can work their way around. You also need to deal with as many of the enemy heroes as possible so that your royal champion can clear up on the backside and pick up anything that the dragons leave behind. But here we go, Echo. That blimp is sailing in the middle, and get ready for the massive explosion of balloons that are going to deploy out of it.
And I love the triple clone on a base like this. Let's see if she gets the value. Look at them. Some are in the tornado. Actually, they did all right. They actually snuck out of the tornado trap. One of the scatter shots is standing on the backside, though. She's got to get those dragons over there quickly, and without any spell support, they're going to take their time. And she's going to take some damage from that scatter that just has a little bit of health left. Not quite as much value as I would have liked to see out of those cloned balloons. Oftentimes, they really can completely clear the core. I wonder if that tornado trap pulled a few of them in the wrong direction and just didn't get that crash damage. But there is still hope for this attack. That queen is up, but she's gonna go down, and then she did it. She got it done. And the queen's ability's intact. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter if she didn't get the whole core, because she still crushed this base and is now going to catch themselves up on stars, or at least give themselves the opportunity to. And she had a queen's ability, plenty of time left over. That is the attack. That is the attack to go with if you're just looking for a strategy. Use that one.
Yeah, definitely. And with that Royal Champion deployment, she had the option to come on the left or the right. It depends on how the dragons split there. And all the dragons, they were splitting more heavily off to the right. So as they took over the king, all that was left that could really threaten that queen, or that Royal Champion on the backside, was that enemy queen. And the dragons arrived to her first. That was really, really well done there from Mara Jade. But now we got Ryan coming in for the next one from Volume 0 as he gets ready for a Queen Charge Hog Miner Hybrid. Now, we saw that Queen Charge Hog Miner Hybrid is currently the most used Town Hall 14 attack in the ESL Mobile Challenge season. But it is only, like, what, 30-something% hit rate there compared to some of the other strategies like the Lalos that were running more close to the 60s. So we'll see if we can get it done here. It's still a very challenging strategy, and a lot of things have to go right, but he will pull the CC, gets the tornado trap with the Yetis, which is actually going to work out quite nice for him. A solid funnel, and he can start to work his way in towards the Town Hall and deal with the CC. But the Hound is kind of veering off there, and if it engages him at the wrong time, it could cause problems, but it doesn't seem to be running into him at the wrong time, and the single Inferno will stay off, and all the Expos will stay off, and he can fight the Hound in safety. Very nicely done.
Yeah, that was great. Actually, the Hounds kept the queen and her healers out of the poison of the Town Hall. Actually kept her protected a little bit. Yes, stalling on time, but there is plenty of time left in this attack. To close it out. I mean, Ryan is set up pretty nicely here. If I were him, I'd be feeling good. He's got the king and the siege barrack coming in from the northern part of the base. Those troops and the support behind those wizards are going to be clearing out everything from north to east. Then the hogs and miners are storming the base with the champion, with the Grand Warden, and with heal spell support. Notice there's one more rage, one more heal, and one more invisibility spell. A lot of that could be used to support these hogs and these miners as they make their way through the base. Although the queen, there goes her ability right there. I was going to say she could have used that rage spell, but she opted to use her ability instead. And at this point, it's watching these hogs and miners, getting ready with that invisibility, getting ready with that champion's ability, and seeing if they could run through the tail and the backside of this base.
Now, this enemy royal champion is in an inopportune spot there. It's going to clump up all of the miners as they go into the scatter shot with no more heal spells, and he's finally getting the queen to reach over there. She picks off that multi-inferno, takes that damage off of the side, but it looks like enough of the miners have survived. The royal champion can coast through a scatter shot relatively easy at the end, but a lot of ground skill is going to stall her and the miners up. They're moving relatively fast. That electric owl getting chains through these skellies, and that is speeding things up significantly, and that's going to be enough to carry through. It's going to be a triple here for Volume 0, and they're going to put the pressure right back onto Coruscant. A triple there from Mara Jade, not able to put them into the lead with this. It is 2 triples up, 3 out of 4 triples for the war, and we're off to a hot start here.
That is a very good start for Volume 0. Well, you can't start any better, and that was a nice looking hybrid. I think that it all basically went to plan. Everything looked really clean, really controlled, and really smooth. So at this point, we're only 2 attacks into the first war of the evening, or 2 attacks each, I should say. And we're sitting at 5 stars, 89%, because remember, we had that lower initial percentage from Coruscant, to 6 stars, 100. What Coruscant is just hoping for, they're crossing their fingers, and they're hoping that they could pull up a defense, letting them have that opportunity to come through with the 3-star, gain that, or actually tie up on stars, and then hope that they could start working with the percentage. Now, we have Cam Wow out of Coruscant coming through with the Super Bowler Smash. Starting out with that Grand Warden up top. The Baby Dragon's going to help funnel things in here, get the Grand Warden going in the right direction. And I think the objective here is to take out that Eagle Artillery early on. Let's see if that's actually where he's going to. It would make sense since there's not much over here that would be a reason to start on this side of the base. And you have to be patient with this. I mean, it takes a while to get this Grand Warden to get the objective done. He's got to get through this air defense, through this barrack, and then most likely he'll be hitting up into that Eagle Artillery. Here's the initial opening. The Golem is going to walk right in there. Queen's going to join. And the Super Bowlers. Looks like he didn't wait to get that Eagle. He just wanted to get that entrance right there. This will all go down really quickly and really easily as the Super Bowlers go right on into it. As you can see, it's gone. And I like this blimp, just clipping the blimp with the Grand Warden's ability as it's making its way to the town hall. Honestly, the king could get that himself. Oh no, it would have been close. It's close.
No, the king wouldn't get it.
It was good. Close.
This is a really interesting attack here. I like the use of the blimp here with the Super Bowlers. That's the typical way that this attack is the most successful with, and Cam Wow knows that. The siege barracks tends to struggle, the log launchers entries seem to struggle, but the blimp entries seem to work really, really well with these Super Bowlers. And with the double jump here, he's getting access to almost everything on the backside. The only thing he's not going to get access to is that scatter shot. But with all the Super Bowlers, with all the healers raged up in the middle of the base, currently tanking all the defense, the Roar Champion able to sweep around, and she is able to survive and stay protected with the tanking of the Super Bowlers and everything moving through the middle there, then she can work her way through that scatter shot. Now, there is a lot in this top compartment, and he's gonna have to be careful up in there. He's got another freeze. There's a Grand Warden statue up, though, and that's gonna cause a lot of problems here because it hits really, really hard. It can overwhelm the healers, and the healers are gonna be hit by black mines in the middle of the base. The Roar Champion struggling in that bottom compartment. This is grinding to a halt. It was looking like it had a lot of momentum, but everything just seemed to just instantly stop, and that is going to put Coruscant into even more trouble than they already were. And remember, this is the team that came out at the start of the season and were 3-0. And now, if they ultimately lose this, they could be 3-3. Their hot streak is being followed immediately by a cool streak, and this is not a good spot for them to be in right now. They're definitely struggling here against Volume Zero's bases.
Yeah, I agree. These bases are solid. I do think that he misplaced that freeze spell on the scatter shot. He missed the Tesla and the Archer Tower, which essentially took down that champion. Not that that would have been attack changing. I think she still would have gone down quickly after that freeze wore off. But at the end of the day, it's going to be another fairly low percentage at this stage of the game. He's going to finish up here at an 82% 2-star. So not only are they behind on stars, they're continuing to keep that trend up of, you know, the percentage game could be a battle for them later on, even if they catch up on those stars. So as we sit right now, it's 7 stars, 86% to 6 stars with 1 less attack for 100%. So a huge slip up is needed right now by Volume Zero. And if Volume Zero is able to pull in another 3-star and continue this trend, they could be in really comfortable position moving forward. And Eric, early in the season, Coruscant, we were all surprised. You were a huge believer. You actually said that they may be one of the ones that could take this entire thing. So I know your confidence in them is there. We just need to see that Coruscant come back.
Yeah, but pretty much all of these teams are one win away from probably making it into the playoffs. Remember, it's a round robin competition. There's 8 teams total. That means every team has 7 matches playing each other 1 time each, and that by averages should break it down to you needing 4 wins total to be able to move on to the playoffs, to the finals. So this is A win from any of their matches tonight could get them there, but they absolutely cannot afford to take any losses tonight. After if they play multiple times, maybe they can squeeze one by and still survive. But this one coming in from Loch Ness, we got ourselves a Hydra attack here with the heroes diving into that left-hand compartment, almost took that enemy queen down. They ended up breaking the wall, and that'll let the queen through there potentially when she goes to use her ability. But a blimp going out of the town hall, going early, gets the crash damage to take out the air defense as well, and get that town hall locked down nice and early as his queen will continue on and pick off that enemy queen. Now with the Royal Champion being charged directly on that top side, that'll leave no enemy heroes on the back side of the base here to cause problems with the Royal Champion. But there are a couple of rocket balloons that are floating around, and they could be a little bit of a problem, but they're not too difficult to handle here, I don't think.
Yeah, I think the rocket balloons are really scary when they first are deployed, when they're super fast and you just don't have time to handle them, right? So now at least they're slow-moving balloons, and you don't have you could kind of plan for it a little bit better as they make their way around the base. I think the Hydra's looking okay. I was just gonna say that one single target Inferno is scaring, but look at this scatter shot. All the dragons and the warden are kind of clumped together, and that scatter shot is doing damage against them, or was, but it stalled for a second to shut down that dragon rider. Things are looking like they're fading a little bit as one more strike and he's going to lose those dragons. Boom, there they go. He only has 2 on the backside, but he does have the champion. He has a freeze spell. There's quite a bit left on the backside. The rocket balloon needs to go down. The warden gets it done. I want to see an air defense go down here. That would be the best.
Oh, he could have saved the warden there if he popped his Royal Champion to take that air defense down. Could have got the arch charge down in one shot as well. But we'll freeze up the scatter, and we'll see if the dragons have enough to close it out here. I think the RC and the Lassie still have a bit of punch in them. They'll get that scatter shot down, and they'll work their way to the battle builder here. There's only a couple defenses left. If they can take out at least one Tesla here, then maybe the dragons can go finish off and get both Teslas and then survive. Then he's in a really good spot here. But I think he's ultimately going to run out of time. Unless, wait. Oh, the RC needed 1 or 2 more shots there. Almost gets it. But time is his opponent at the moment, and he's not going to make it through in time. Now, the percentage is still relatively high, but it does start to open the door to present an opportunity for Coruscant to get back in this war. They're going to need another defense, but they're going to need to get some triples on the board here to start to climb back up and at least tie up these stars here before we get to the last couple attacks.
Any 2-star gives a small opportunity to Coruscant. So right now it's like back to a 1-star advantage, but the percentage is still massive. Let's bring back InVerum, see what he thinks so far about this war.
I mean, what a way to start the night. This is what we came to see. Both teams pulling out triples, both teams showing off super creative attacks, awesome execution. Yes, these are 2 teams who are fighting for a spot in the finals. 1 star. I do agree, though, Eric. That percentage, that's what this could come down to. We need to see Coruscant hold them to just 2-star attacks the rest of the war, and they need to rack up some triples of their own. I don't think they can win this in percentage on this point. Coruscant want to do this. They just need to play a perfect war from here on out. Echo, Eric, let's get back to it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's all that they can hope for. They came into this hoping for a perfect war, and they have to continue hoping that things are perfect moving forward. Now, that blimp didn't get much value there, Eric. That Inferno Tower is still up. That champion is still there. I'm not sure what the objective was, but I believe it was to take out that single.
No CC pull off of the blimp there. Didn't clear the compartment. Didn't get the funnel. A haste would have been really valuable there, or use rocket balloons out of the drop. I wonder why he did regular balloons and instead of a Yeti bomb there. Like a Yeti bomb could have got some really, really solid value, cleared out that entire compartment, and the rage definitely would have been worth it. But he did get the Tesla farm out of the way at least. So we'll see if this Inferno causes any problems for this queen charge as she goes through. And he was still able to get the DCC lure separately because it's so close to the edge of the base there. Now, drawing witches across the base is very, very dangerous. And when we see the CC that is clearly on the edge like that, then we do a lot of times see witches in the CC because of the threat of coming in opposite of the town hall or opposite of the base there, where there can still cause some problems for air attacks there and dragons. But if you want to go with the queen charge and you got to come in opposite, luring those witches across the base can just make it a nightmare to get your poison in the right spot. But he was able to properly deal with it. He is able to get the queen to go in there, get the enemy queen down, but he had to use up an invisibility to get through her. So the RC going to try to connect to the middle of the base there while the king was providing a little bit of tanking on the outside. And if she takes out the scatter shot, okay, he's in a little bit of trouble here. Kevin's struggling on this one, and I don't see the path into the town hall yet either, and this queen absolutely needs to get to this town hall and take it down. So this jump is going to be critical here to push her in the right direction. But there's the ability, and there's a lot going wrong here. This is sloppy, Echo. What do you think?
It's sloppy. He just tried to turn his queen around. He wanted the queen to go for the scatter shot, but she's going to go down, or she had to be forced to ability there. I think he wanted her to turn around, go for the scatter. That's why he popped the invisibility, but she did not take it. Skeletons were there, possibly drawing her in. I'm not sure what she was targeting, but she did finally get the Inferno with a lot more spell investment than he wanted. Now, he needs to be careful about a 1-star at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think he's out of the woods yet, and I'm looking for... Yeah, man, the siege, there's no siege. These balloons, Town Hall's not awakened yet. 48%, and they're going the wrong direction, Eric. There's
some balloons coming in from the backside there. They're going to the sweeper right now.
There's no spells.
Activation, there's no spell support. Oh, no.
The warden needs to... He did it. He made the balloons invincible, but there's a tornado trap. Oh my God, it's not going to last long enough.
Echo, is he going to get this?
It may.
Wait.
Oh my God, the warden, the owl.
No.
Time. Oh my goodness. That was a 57% 1-star. Wow. That thing, as you said, was just a bit of a mess. And that's really unfortunate for them. 8 stars, 79%. So they had an opportunity handed to them, and they didn't come back with the 3. Instead, they came with a 1-star. Struggling from the get-go on that one. He tried everything that he could to turn that thing around. Even realized at one point that it was going to be a 2-star. Tried to make that happen, but just wasn't able to do it. That's unfortunate. And unless if Volume 0 has a massive mistake, they could fairly easily have this war in the bag. I mean, it's tied up on stars right now with the percentage advantage for Volume 0 before this attack even goes down. And we have Ghost coming in, who's a solid attacker, coming in with a Sui Lalo right now. Actually, yeah, Sui Lalo. He used the Earthquake and the Lightning spells to take out the center Inferno Tower. He's coming up with the Blimp. I like that the Blimp is being targeted with the Tornado Trap so that whatever comes out is safe. Gets the Clan Castle lore right there, and down will go the Town Hall. Take it away, Eric.
Yeah, we're looking, so far so good here. Now, he still needs to connect to the outside edge of the base there to the middle and remove all defenses in between so that he can have good pathing for the Lalo. So it looks like he's getting ready for an entry on his left side, drawing the Hound over to the corner there, then using the Lightning, the spare Lightning, to deal with the Headhunters. Very nicely done. A Super Wall Breaker to enter the base. Another Super Wall Breaker. 2 different entries here. And if he's able to get the Queen to walk along the outside of the King to go in, the Queen can continue on to get that enemy Queen and the Multi-Inferno. Now notice that the Queen pad is touching the wall of that compartment where the King is going in. So that is going to make so that she will jump the wall. If she's even 1 tile away from the wall, she may not jump it. So if you're building a base there, always keep that in mind there. It's probably best to, I don't know why people do it like that, but I always feel like you want to make sure that that Queen is not going to jump to the compartments next to it as consistently as she would if she's touching the pad there. So good identification for Ghost here. Gonna get that Queen over the wall, and this King will be able to pop his ability and not get her down. Struggling in this compartment here. Big Troll. Maybe it was by design here for Mara Jade, who seems to have stopped up from this Queen from being able to go down and get the value that he's looking for out of there. But this is struggling. Not going to get that Multi-Inferno down. Did end up dropping that Royal Champion in and losing it to Queen. So struggling on the backside a little bit there as that compartment gave him trouble with a lot of those sweeping through now. But they got a lot of work to do, Echo.
They do have a lot of work to do. I mean, I don't think he's given up on it yet, but he needs to ensure that he gets himself at least a 2-star. And if there's a strategy that can mess you up, it could be Lalo when things don't go right. But he has secured the 2-star, and now it's going to be about him picking up as much percentage as he can. And all he has is that little bunch of balloons and a bunch of minions and a Grand Warden. Everything else in this attack has been taken out already. He's up to the 62%. Again, he has that 2-star. Now, these balloons can actually path around fairly nicely here and take out these battle builders. That Tesla, the minions could clean up the backside. I'd love to see him get up to a 70% just to, just to climb up a little bit more. And it looks like he is able to do that. The Grand Warden can reach over there, take out the Tesla, and that's going to be it, essentially. He's going to be a mid 70%, 73% 2-star, which still is advanced. They're still up by 2 stars. And even after a 73%, they're still going to be up by a really large percentage because of what we've seen coming out from Coruscant. So it's an 8-star 79.3 to a 10-star 91.8. So actually, it's only 12% difference, but those stars are going to be killer. Coruscant has to come through with a 3-star right now and hope for something devastating from Volume 0.
Yeah, but Echo, that's a 12% on the average over 4 attacks. That's 48%. That's almost a star in its own right. So here we go. Into the next one, we got ourselves a Hydra attack with it looks like a Blizzard Hydra attack from Bergie, and we'll see if she can get it done here. And maybe at least if they can come out at the end of the war here, they can hopefully get some triples, get their confidence back here, because this is a real shock to the confidence, and that might impact them later in the night if they really struggle against this one here, and then they have to go back out again later in the night and have to still get a win to be able to make it into the finals. So it's more about the psychology of the players now than it is about this war, because this war is pretty much lost here from Coruscant unless something goes absolutely horribly wrong with Volume 0. But Birdie's going to be able to push her way in with these Hydra, and actually a pretty solid funnel setup right now, Echo.
Yeah, I agree. And, they've been struggling. They were 3-0, and now they're 3-2, and they could quite possibly be 3-3. So you mentioned that cold streak. I think their confidence is taking a little bit of a beating. So a nice triple here out of Bergie would be amazing for them. It would be something that could be a positive on a cloudy day. So hopefully she can come through here and do something really impressive. I like that the Grand Warden is literally supporting all of the dragons, all the dragon riders, all the balloons, and now they're going to start to disperse themselves around the base. So she's getting a nice push right here, has that heal that's going to assist with those balloons a little bit to get through the multi-target inferno. I'm noticing that scatter shot on the backside. That's something to be aware of. Will the multi go down to these balloons? It does not. So it's going to continue to melt, but nope. Take that back because the Owl's here. Owl saves the day yet again. Is there going to be enough push to go so wide in this base and then come back together in the eastern side of it to close it out? The air defense is going to be taken down by the Warden, but a dragon was lost alongside there. And up top, Eric, the dragons are gone.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. These dragons are falling short, but the Royal Champion is still sweeping through. I wonder if the Royal Champion would have been better off coming in from the bottom of the base here, because that air defense down there where the Warden's standing right now ended up picking off a lot of the dragons down there, and the Royal Champion could have done the trick there to save them, but the Queen is still moving. She still has an invisibility. The Warden is still moving. There's not a lot of air targeted defenses. The Electric Owl is still alive. There's a lot of time here, Echo. I don't think this is over. I think she still has a really solid chance of closing this one out.
I agree with you. As you were talking, I realized that invisibility was hanging out down there. The time is okay. The Queen's actually going to go the long way around. The Warden is going to go down. I wish the invisibility spell was used on the Warden right there. He would have been able to take it. Either way, plenty of time. And Bergie is able to pull it in the end, so at least Coruscant can close out with the 3-star, and this does give them even the slightest of hope going into Volume 0's final attack. If something devastating happens to Volume 0 here, they could get very lucky and be able to pull through a win, but like I said, something devastating has to happen. So take a look at the stars, 11 to 10. All Volume 0 needs is a 2-star. They have the percentage advantage. They could easily have a star advantage and be able to win this war, pull in another win. And for Volume 0, it would take them to 4-2 if they pull in a win right here, right now. And actually, it would be the same for Coruscant. And we have Max coming in with a Sui Lalo yet again. So another strategy that does have that. Oh, no, he's coming in with, is this Skelly Donut?
Yeah,
Oh.
Skelly Donut Lalo, which
Love it.
obviously feels really risky for a closing attack here, but the CC is going to go down. That's the minimum. Got the scatter shot down. The Skelly Donut got the value, and he's got what he needed out of the core of the base here. Now that's going to have the heroes have a solid push towards the Town Hall. If that Skelly Donut didn't go right here, Echo, I feel like there was a lot of risk, a lot of unnecessary risk when all you need is a 2-star to close out and lock in the win. So an interesting choice there, because that could have gone horribly, horribly wrong, but it doesn't seem to be going wrong. It seems to be going absolutely perfect as he charges that king in towards that enemy king. The Town Hall is activated right now, so he is going to take some damage on the approach, but the queen is set up very nicely. The unicorn is safe, and she's engaging the defenses one at a time, which has given her unicorn plenty of time to keep her topped off. And there's another wall break that can be used that's going through that compartment into the Town Hall compartment, and with her ability still intact, she should have plenty to go in there and take the Town Hall down. She's even outranging the Town Hall while she fights off the trash buildings around it, and there we go. There's the step in, and she's going right to it. Pop her ability. There's the first star. Now it's just percentage from here to lock in the win, and we'll see if we can go all the way to the triple here, Echo.
Yeah, and let's remind everyone, this was a Sui Lalo, right? And look at how much value that queen was able to get. Sneak in through there, take out a bunch of buildings. Tornado trap, though, and these balloons are stuck in it, getting blown around, and they are getting hit into that poison as well. Not getting much out of that stone slammer on the backside. I would have loved to see a little bit more come from that, but right now the Lalo's coming in from the top of the base, and it's going to sweep its way around to the east, then back down to the south if all goes well. That Lava Hound just ate 2 black bombs, but the balloons are sneaking in behind. Grand Warden's there. The queen, she's out of commission right now, but the champion is still running through. Nope, I take it back. She's taken down from that king. So right now it's just about the Lalo going through the base. Again, they did secure the war already with that 2-star. Right now it's all style points. He wants to be able to pull in this 3-star, and he's got the balloon on top of the Inferno Tower. Will it be enough? He's got the haste spell too. If he can get through this Inferno, it could be enough to pull in the rest of the base, because all that's on the backside is an Archer Tower and a Tesla, but it's, oh, and a champion hiding underneath. So you know what? It is going to end up in a 2-star, but that 2-star is going to be enough to secure Volume 0 with our first victory of the night, advancing their record, making them one step closer to the finals.
That's right. I mean, with 7 matches to play in the ESL Mobile Challenge, a 3-4 record is where these teams want to be, and this is going to put Volume 0 to that 4th win, which is a really, really big milestone right here, and that's going to put them into a really, really solid chance to make it into the finals. So she's Volume 0.
Yeah, they have to be feeling good right now. Great way to start out the night for them. They didn't run away with the war. I mean, it was only a 1-star difference, but they really did have command of that war throughout, winning it 12-11 with a 91% damage. But that's only our first war of the night, Eric. We have a bunch more to come. And we have a really cool Clash of Clans merch giveaway with some exclusive items that you guys are going to be able to have the opportunity to get your hands on. So before we get to that, taking a look at the score as it slides away, we'll get back into the merch giveaway. So what you need to do is go with an exclamation Clans giveaway right now in the chat, and we're gonna reveal a unique number code later on in the show for you to enter for a chance to win. This is a Gleam code, so keep your eyes on the show throughout the night. Exclamation Clash giveaway in the chat so you can get involved and get some cool gear. But we're gonna be out of here for a little bit. We'll be back in a few minutes with the next war. It's a good one, guaranteed.
Which troop would I dress up as for Halloween? I'd have to go with the Grand Warden. Having that staff would just be super fun.
I would probably go with Goblin.
For Halloween, I think I would go with the Valkyrie.
I like the witches. I like their get up a lot. I could definitely pull that off.
I would dress up as a P.E.K.K.A for Halloween.
I'd go with maybe the Hog Rider.
I would probably dress up as the Archer Queen for Halloween because she's got a bunch of different skins. You got a lot to pick from. A lot of variety there.
The funniest teammate would probably have to be Max because he doesn't fail too often, and when he does, it's pretty comical with what he says.
I would go with Coreticus.
That is going to be Beck 29. Definitely.
Funniest teammate is definitely Tingy. He's got a hell of a personality, that's for sure.
Definitely Mikey.
I think our funniest teammate is probably Soham. He's just always got a different idea and a crazy plan, and sometimes we have to reel it back in a little bit, but it's a lot of fun playing with him.
Probably Riga Torres, because every time he 3-stars a base, he just comes out afterward and just says the silliest one-liners that he can think of, and we always just have a good time with it. It's hilarious.
I would go with Agent on that one.
We got Surge. He's always breathing or got the air conditioning blowing. So he's always muted and stuff, but I take care of that. I mute him.
Tingy, 100%.
Our loudest teammate is probably Mara. Yeah, Mara. She's great. Most of us are. Kevin is pretty quiet. I'm pretty quiet. But Mara's personality just is always shining through in the best ways. Yeah.
Probably me, as I think I'm the most eccentric and just used to yelling being a streamer.
The teammate that gets the most emotional is Stamus.
The person who gets most emotional is me. I'm fully invested in this team, and I want to see us compete, and I want to see us win.
Probably Beer. I get really upset when we don't do well.
The most emotional. I think I'm gonna lean with Tingy. It's close, but I think it's definitely Tingy. Shout out to Tingy though.
The one who gets the most emotional is probably Tua. She just puts it all out there every time, and it's really fun playing with her.
Again, probably me. I tend to overreact a lot, whether it's good or bad.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm InVerum. That's Echo and the floating head of previously Clash with Eric. Rest in peace.
Boo.
Yeah, boo. We're back. After a stellar first war, a bit of a strong start, an unfortunate sort of roller coaster moment there for Coruscant, but Volume Zero able to clutch out a very strong victory there in the first war of the night. Echo, there were a lot of good, solid, actually a ton of unique attacks to pick from. What'd you end up going with?
You know, I went with a classic one. I went with the hybrid because the hybrid, we were mentioning how it's the most used, but one of the lower, the least effective, with a 35% hit rate with hybrid. So let's see how Ryan got it done so everyone can get a little education on coming in with that Yeti, just to set the funnel and set things up for this queen so she doesn't run around down towards the eastern side of the base. Super wall breaker coming on in, even a hog rider to assist with the clan castle lore and to beat up on that cannon a little bit, holding off on those healers, making sure that they're not going in the wrong direction, making sure that they don't take any damage that they shouldn't be taking, just being really safe. The balloon is coming through to make sure that there are no air mines going to be striking those healers. Now, I love what goes on here. The Lava Hound was held off just long enough, but now the Hound is actually keeping the queen and keeping the healers out of the clan castle poison. So I actually believe that that Lava Hound protected the healers and actually extended the life of the queen potentially. So the healers are good, poison is gone, rage spell is here, queen has to get through a single target inferno. There are 2 freeze spells, invisibility spell, there's 1 freeze being used right there, and the P.E.K.K.A. and the king are coming through. P.E.K.K.A. from the siege barracks, king from being a king, dropped in on the northern side of the base to keep things narrow. The hybrid's been entering from the base as well from the north, storming right in from the narrow side of the base, going to take down that scatter shot first. The queen, let's keep an eye on her because she does not live forever in this attack. Black bomb hitting the healers. There's her ability being popped. I was surprised that there was no freeze spell used there, but Ryan opted to let her go to ability instead. I think that he believes that he would have liked to possibly use something else somewhere else in this attack. But right now, it's just about the hybrid pathing through the backside. Champion's in good shape with her ability in her hand. You want to get down that multi-inferno. The queen's working on it. Boom, she gets it down, and that completes the pathing for the hybrid. The champion with her ability is going to be able to push right on through, except for she runs into a bunch of skellies. So check out the owl. The owl's going to come through with some nice clutch chain lightninging of, actually, I think it only just got 1. It sounded better when I thought the owl got more, but they were able to push through the back. And you know what? The queen did survive until the end. That was my mistake. I thought she went down, but no, she didn't. 3 of the 4 heroes survived until the end. Nicely funneled hybrid. It was well done.
Was indeed. And I think, again, just showing to show that something classic, like I remember when the hybrid was first a thing back in like 2019.
I know.
That's crazy to think about, but no, players are still using it now, still using it to great effect. There are still bases where it works really well, and that queen charge ended up getting a ton of value over the duration of the attack. So that's our first one done, dusted, in the books. And now is the time where I inform you that things changed. Unfortunately, Coastal Clash has forfeited both of their matches tonight, which means we need to do some creative restructuring of our tournament broadcast tonight, which means we're going to be bringing up some other matches. But before we do, I have a player who's going to be involved in both of these things, including having won that last one, and I get to pick your brain for the next one. Welcome to the show. Little dog wolf of action here on the oh, and did he just drop? Did we mistime this? Darn it. Okay, he DC'd right as this happened. Good times. Oh no, is he here? Are you back?
Hello?
Nick, can you hear me? Through the ether.
I can hear you.
Yes, excellent. Amazing. Oh gosh, you have about 2 internets, so we're going to do this as simply as we can. Congratulations on the first win. All 3 of your pixels.
Oh boy.
You're doing great. Talk to us a little bit about how you felt that war went, and now that you're, stepping up a little bit, I won't take you too long because I know you've got to prep. Talk to us a little bit about how you think the last war went and how you're feeling going into this next one up against SSG.
We're feeling good after that first win. We prepped a lot with the bases this week, and I'm obviously planning on a base right now. We prepped a lot of the bases this week, though, testing every single night, thinking of what our opponents might do, and it obviously paid off in that first war. That 1-star on Ghost Space was huge, and pretty much just all our bases defended really well, which we're happy about.
I was going to mention that. What is it like? 'Cause obviously, we often see it through the perspective of the attacker. Obviously, we're sad when things don't go 100% correct, but and feel free to throw some banter in here. How does it feel for you guys when you watch an opponent fail on one of your bases? Is that like a fun moment? Like, yes, we did something right?
Yeah, I mean, especially like when we start off the war like we did with the defense and a triple, it feels even better after that to get a defense and then another triple. It just boosts our confidence even more.
Absolutely. And again, when you come down to the end of it, you know you've got a pretty significant star lead. You just got to clutch in the safe 2 to get the win. Got to feel pretty darn good. But like I said, I'm not going to keep you for too much longer. You're going up against a pretty tough opponent yet. So best of luck in this next match.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Well, like I said, they had to do some creative restructuring. Got to get the teams ready to prep on into this. Thanks to Volume Zero and SSG for stepping up and doing this next match for us. So we're going to head to a unfortunate, slightly longer break than normal, just to make sure that we give both teams time to scout, do everything they need to do. But please bear with us. Hang out and chat. We'll chat. The casters will be there, and we will see you guys in a few minutes.
Which troop would I dress up as for Halloween? I'd have to go with the Grand Warden. Having that staff would just be super fun.
Oh, I would probably go with Goblin.
For Halloween, I think I would go with the Valkyrie.
You know, I like the witches. I like their get up a lot. I could definitely pull that off.
I would dress up as a P.E.K.K.A for Halloween.
I'd go with maybe the Hog Rider.
I would probably dress up as the Archer Queen for Halloween because she's got a bunch of different skins. You got a lot to pick from. A lot of variety there.
The funniest teammate would probably have to be Max because he doesn't fail too often, and when he does, it's pretty comical with what he says.
I would go with Goreticus.
That is going to be Beck 29. Definitely.
Funniest teammate is definitely Tingy. He's got a hell of a personality, that's for sure.
Definitely Mikey.
I think our funniest teammate is probably Soham. He's just always got a different idea and a crazy plan, and sometimes we have to reel it back in a little bit, but it's a lot of fun playing with him.
Probably Rigatores, because every time he 3-stars a base, he just comes out afterward and just says the silliest one-liners that he can think of, and we always just have a good time with it. It's hilarious.
I would go with Agent on that one.
We got Surge. He's always breathing or got the air conditioning blowing. So he's always muted and stuff, but I take care of that. I mute him.
Tingy, 100%.
Our loudest teammate is probably Mara. Yeah, Mara. She's great. Most of us are. Kevin is pretty quiet. I'm pretty quiet. But Mara's personality just is always shining through in the best ways. Yeah.
Probably me, as I think I'm the most eccentric and just used to yelling being a streamer.
The teammate that gets the most emotional is Stamus.
Oh, the person who gets most emotional is me. I'm fully invested in this team, and I want to see us compete, and I want to see us win.
Probably Beer. I get really upset when we don't do well.
The most emotional. I think I'm gonna lean with Tingy. It's close, but I think it's definitely Tingy. Shout out to Tingy though.
The one who gets the most emotional is probably Tua. She just puts it all out there every time, and it's really fun playing with her.
Again, probably me. I tend to overreact a lot, whether it's good or bad.
Hey Alex, thanks so much for taking the time to sit down and talk with me. You guys came back last week with a vengeance. 5-1 on the overall leaderboards, up in first place, which I think for a lot of folks is kind of where they expected you all to be. Talk to us a little bit about A, how adorable your cat is, and B, what it's like having all of that pressure or expectations on you guys as a squad.
Well, first off, yes, he's adorable and he knows it. Always trying to steal the show. The pressure, I guess, of being expected to be toward the top leaderboard, it does play a factor, but I think a lot of us on this roster are pretty experienced with that at this point. Most of us have been playing on a top team for a couple years now, so I think most of us are getting used to it. It does hurt when we don't end up at the top. We get made fun of or whatever, but we're doing pretty good right now during this ladder, so it feels good to be up there. Feels good to have all the fans, and honestly, that pressure sometimes makes it even more fun to compete.
100%. And I think, the Clash community is pretty positive overall. So I think it's a lot of like friendly ribbing if they do give you guys, and even myself will give you guys a bit of a hard time coming in. And let's talk about that a little bit, because you guys have had a couple of, you often play anchor for your team. You'll come in there at the end, and you've been having some fun with that anchor position, especially if maybe the war feels like it's already been locked up a little bit. Talk to us a little bit about that. Is that on purpose, or are you just having some fun?
A little bit of both. Definitely having a lot of fun. It'll be hilarious when we're on voice chat and Nick will be telling me, all right, Lex, we just need a safe 2-star and we get the win. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to end on the town hall, and everybody's laughing. We have a good time with it. It can be a little tricky sometimes, but I have yet to throw, I think, in this ladder, so that's good news.
Yeah, it's been close, but yes, I've been able to still pull out the victories there. And again, at the end of the day, you guys are here to have fun. As much as it is a competition, you're getting on there on voice chat with your friends and having a great time. So we do absolutely love to see that here. And again, you guys are currently sitting in first place. I think basically guaranteed the finals at this point. Talk to us a little bit about the game plan, not only going into your match next week, but looking towards the finals.
Yeah, we got one more match and we're just trying to finish on a good note, maybe send out a statement. I think we are the only team so far guaranteed into the Final Four. So at this point, just waiting to see what the seeds will be, who's going to be our first opponent, start scouting them out and work on some bases.
I love it. Already thinking about seeding, already thinking about scouting. That's the kind of mentality of one of the teams out there at the top leaderboard. Either way, I will say congratulations on the work so far and best of luck in your match.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. See, that wasn't so bad. We're already back. We're ready to rock. Things are doing well. I'm InVerum. That's Echo, and that's, the ghost formerly known as Eric. And yeah, for the record, I did Lex throw one, and you guys free. I think that might have happened. No, I'm not going to. Maybe it was the Coruscant, week 1. They were 1%, the final attack. That sounds kind of right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm talking out my butt. I'm not 100% sure. In any case, they're up next, and they're going up against Volume Zero. And this has actually turned into a bit of a rivalry. Echo, over the last couple seasons, these two teams have faced quite a bit.
Yeah, and not only that, there are some players on that team that used to be on the Space Station Gaming squad as well, so they know one another. They've played each other a lot. There may be some different types of rivalries there, and Volume Zero has been looking pretty good. I've been impressed with their play. Space Station Gaming sitting at the top of the leaderboard with only 1 loss, 5 wins, so this is going to be huge for Volume Zero if they're able to pull in a win right here, and Eric is going to take us through these rosters.
God. From Space Station Gaming, Agent 33, Crazy Brian, Criticus, Lexnos, and Nick. And then on the other side, we get to see him right away again. Volume Zero, who coming off their win, hot off a victory. Dog Woof Woof, Ghost, Jay-Z 600, Loch Ness Monster, and Maxim with 4 wins under the belt there compared to Space Station Gaming's 5. They gotta be feeling good about where they are. And almost identical stat lines, but actually slightly better for Volume Zero. What do we think about that, InVerum? That's pretty wild that they're maintaining higher than our point leader.
And these two teams have fought basically all of the same opponents, so these are pretty good comparable statistics. This is going to be a good war. I can already tell. Both teams have had, again, for the longest time, I called Volume Zero the 14-star team because they put up consistent 14-star wars, 13-star wars. They were looking impeccable. And frankly, going up against a team as good as SSG, they're going to need to do that. And I think both have to be just a little bit sad that neither one of them was the first team to get a perfect war here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But I think for both of them, Echo, they're definitely going to want to be the second.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I was about to say, I mean, we got to give Space Station Gaming so much great talk about Volume Zero. We got to say some things about Space Station Gaming. Sitting up top, looking great. I mean, Lex with those nail biters in the end may or may not have nipped them in the butt. I'm not going to be speaking about that at all. I can never say anything bad about Space Station Gaming. But no, they're doing great, and they're the ones to beat. They're the ones that are in that position. And I mean, for Volume Zero, just trying to get out of that cluster in the middle and work their way up, they pulled the short straw here, having to play against the #1 team. It's not like they have easier squads with less wins to go against. So if they want to get in there, they may have to beat one of the best up there right now.
Yeah. And what makes this interesting is with one team at 4 wins, another one at 5 wins, this will affect their potential seeding as they go into the finals. So this, if Volume Zero could take the win here, they could more likely position themselves so they don't have to fight Space Station in the first round in the finals. And if they're afraid of that team, they don't want to fight them right away there, that's a big thing there, to be able to push them off and fight potentially an easier opponent first. So that's all something that we have to consider here. Both these teams in very, very prime position to make it into the finals though. But Rigo Torres kicking us off here with this Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack and starting off very, very strongly with another wall break. I don't think that second wall break is going to send him to the Town Hall, but I'd set it up for the King to enter the Town Hall as the Queen deals with the CC and gets ready to punch off to the right to go to that Inferno. But he needs to get the storage down before the Queen is done fighting the Hound so that she can break off to the right and not go to that storage and go to the left here.
Yeah, I really like how he's setting this up. He's gonna, like you mentioned, be able to take down that Town Hall with the King. Even the Valkyries being dropped in there, just in case any Skellies are gonna slow down that Queen. She'll be able to get rid of them very quickly. Look at the Queen on that bow, now making her way over to the multi-Inferno, missing the storage. So that's great. She gets to take out the Inferno right away, heal herself back up, continue picking away at the base, and with how many? 4 Dragon Riders? Oh, the champion was able to stay alive right there, but ran after the skeletons and went down to the Warden pedestal. That was unfortunate, and that was not the plan. Queen right now, she's under heavy fire. She needs to stay up. He needs to take down more of this base with that Queen. He doesn't want her to go down. Her ability was used, and there are no more rage spells to support her. She's going to get this bow and hopefully just not get stuck on a wall. And no, she's going to get the sweeper, which is great. But the Dragon Riders, the Blimp, are coming in. Look at this. He's going with the Blimp to get that single target Inferno. Dragon Riders there as well. Love to see that Warden, actually get taken down. It's going to just continuously poke at anything that's coming around. And Eric, there's a bit left here. Dragon Riders are getting beaten up pretty badly. The champion is still up on defense. Is he going to have enough to push through here?
He does get the Queen to finally break the wall and go after the Eagle Artillery. He came in at the top corner of the base there, so the Dragon Riders are split both directions here. They are able to clear out the left-hand corner. He's still pushing over into the last little chunk of base here, but the Queen is potentially going to go away from the scattershot range there. That's going to make the other troops pick up the scattershot. Note the Queen stays in scattershot range. That's going to give him a chance. He has the freezes. The Queen given the distraction here. He's got the cleanup on the left side. He's got the push on the right side. The Queen's healers go down, but with a freeze right there, the Warden might be able to clutch it. It's coming down to time, but that Warden statue on the left side gets covered by a couple of red bombs. The Queen crossing back and...
Oh my gosh!
Oh,
99%. So close. I mentioned that Warden pedestal. I was worried about the darn Warden, and the champion missed it and made that turn into, from a 3-star, pulled in a 2-star, 99%. How badly I wanted to see a ghost scream out his name as well. Oh man, but what, you know, not the start they wanted, but still 2-star, 99% for Space Station Gaming, immediately opening up an opportunity for Volume Zero to get an early lead with a 3-star. We have Dog Woof Woof again coming in with the Super Witch Smash. And in that interview we just had with him, Eric, I mean, he looked like he was pretty focused on the attack and couldn't really care as much about his internet connection or what InVerum had to say. He was so focused on, I heard all the Clash clicking in the background. Can't fault the guy for really being focused on what he has to come. Let's see if that focus pays off right here.
Yeah, getting ready for the Super Witches. Now got the log launcher, very likely to be going through the Eagle Artillery. Wall breaks in nice and early. Very minimal damage around that area that he's wall breaking. Could have ran into a test farm and lost his wall breakers, which is what some people like to do when they're setting up the traps. With no tanking on that wall breaker was a little bit of a risk there, but did work out for him. And he now is set up to make his entry into the base, where he can have the King work on the outside. Now he's got additional wall breakers here. I wonder if he does a additional wall break to go into this Eagle Artillery compartment, and he's going for the one in the multi-inferno card. I'll keep him pushing straight forward. The log launcher will soften up some of the buildings down the line and hopefully keep some of these witches straight. But it looks like the big boys have all broken off around the V shape there onto the bottom side of it, and they will probably circle back around to the inside, or they'll just tank and hopefully die out so they can spawn new ones in their place. But overall, the funnel is looking to work out very nicely here. He's used up all of his super wall breakers, but the log launcher opened up access all the way to the backside, staying alive. There's the ward ability to protect him as he goes in the backside. Now this jump is just excess right now, as he did get the log launcher to stay protected all the way through, and he can use it to actually leave the base, or maybe to get the King back into the base there on the other side of the base as he pushes his way through the town hall. But it looks like he's going to use it to go to the scatter shot up top here.
Yeah, he's lucky he had that, because that scatter shot was going to be able to do quite a bit of damage from afar, being stuck in that island. Now he at least has access to it. Let's see if the Queen's going to decide to jump up in there. Looks like one of the witches does, and is going to start going to town. How badly we want to see a big boy being dropped right there, or being spawned, I should say, by that witch. But it does not look like it's going to happen. Will she get it down? I think she's going to go down right there. Oh, she stays up. She's going to get the scatter shot. That was clutch of that Super Witch. And it looks like there's plenty of time. Champion's ability. I think Dog Woof Woof was rightly so focused on his planning, and is going to pull on the first 3-star of this war, giving Volume Zero an early lead against the #1 team in this entire competition. What a way to start for Volume Zero.
I mean, we could quickly see a swing here. If Volume Zero wins this, then they will both have 5 wins, and then who will we calling the #1 team? Because Volume Zero is coming out hot there with that triple and a little bit of a defense there. Very, very close on that one from Rigo Torres, but it's a lead here for Volume Zero, and that's all they can ask for to start off this war. 1 building up, 1 star up, and that's exactly where they need to be.
1 building, 1 star, but that 1 star means a lot. 1% isn't a lot, but 1 star is huge right now, especially if they can keep up a 3-star streak. We saw them start out really strong in the last war, and then things started to taper off and, you know, not go as well towards the end of the war. We're going to see if that's going to happen again, or if they're going to be able to hold it. We're going to have to see. But Space Station is going to be coming in with their second attack, and they need to make sure that they pull in, I'd say, a 3-star at this point. They don't want to get an early lead or an early deficit for their against their opponents. They don't want to give up that lead. They're Space Station Gaming. They're in #1 position right now. They don't want to lose that. They want to be going into the finals in the best, most prime position, getting the best matchup. But Volume Zero wants that too, so we'll see how this battle goes.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, any team that is able to go in with 5 or plus wins are going to be in really, really good standings and good rankings to be able to get good seeding. And the top teams will not face each other in the first round, which is really, really valuable. And they want to be in those positions to get hopefully an easier opponent into the first round of the finals when they get there. So Crazy Ryan coming in here with a little bit of lightning to form a funnel for a queen. The natural hole in the base there in that compartment with the cannon, there's a little bit of a void space there. He's going to take advantage of it, use it as a funneling point, and drive the queen to go south into this Eagle Artillery compartment with a relatively low investment there on the funnel. The queen's actually going to round around this compartment. He wall breaks all the way down the line and funnels out ahead of it, taking advantage of his entry as spots where he can use sneaky goblins to take out collectors and form funnels, and even using the minions out on the edge of the base there outside of the range of any air targeting defenses, really solidifying this funnel and creating a very nice entry to the base. Now there is a log launcher in this one, Echo, and a golem will deploy. He's going for a big kill squad, and that very likely means he's gonna have to lalo through the town hall, so obviously some inherent risk in that.
Yeah, of course there's some risk in that, but it also means that he plans on going deep into this base with that golem, with the king coming in, with the yak, with the log launcher. He's going to open up the entire base with the launcher itself, and then he's just going to have these tanks lead the way. Hopefully the queen can stay behind, continuously get healed. Look at that! Nice job with that invisibility spell, redirecting the queen and having her really narrow down this base. King is about through that wall. Oh, he did open up the wall. That's going to give the queen access to that scatter shot if need be. I'm not sure if that's a direction he wants to go in or not.
No, I mean, it will help waste some time there, as they had to take the time to open that wall before they turned back around. So there's that. That let the golem get out in front there, and he's got some good tanking out in front here. He's laloing through the town hall, but he's cleared everything, and there's a small strip of defenses left here. All the freezes are being used to push his way through to the town hall. He's gonna need the haste to carry him out of the town hall poison and into the other side, but the RC is gonna actually get that wizard tower distracted, so the big pack of balloons without the free support there are gonna be able to push their way through. But he also would like to get that enemy Royal Champion down. His queen steps up with the Royal Champion and will take her down, and the hounds tank the scatter shots. It's absolutely crushed here, and Crazy Ryan doing crazy things as usual. And what a beautiful zap kill squad lalo attack this was.
That was incredible. That queen, without any heal support besides her unicorn, of course, lived and made clutch moves through the end of that attack. I don't know that he lost one balloon. Okay, I'm exaggerating for content, but there were a lot of balloons right there left over in the end. Beautiful job with the Warden's ability, hasting out of the poison as well. Perfectly done. One of the nicest lalos we've seen all season, in my opinion. That one, as you said, was crushed, and it puts Space Station Gaming back in the game. A 2-star of any sort right now is going to either tie it or put Space Station Gaming in the lead. So Volume Zero, for their sake, they need to prevent that from happening. The only way to do it is to pull in a 3-star right now, or else, unless if they get a 99%, they're going to have an advantage and a lead.
Yeah, that's a very nice spot that they are putting him in right now, that put the pressure on, force him to make the triple, but Volume Zero does still control the war here with that early lead. So we'll come in with a Warden Walk into a Super Witch attack here. Get ready for an entry through the Eagle Artillery. He's got that log launcher ready, got plenty of wall breakers. He's probably gonna need a double entry here to get the King to go into the Eagle Artillery compartment and get the witches to go in a little bit more south there, and he can actually wall break again at the cannon, and that's actually going to make so that the witches are going to be able to walk from this air defense compartment and into the Eagle Artillery compartment if he can get the wall break, and if that is the plan. Although he could wall break a little bit further down the line and punch the King in there to go to the Eagle Artillery by himself. Definitely has a lot of options here. Here comes the witches, and he can start to work his way to the base here. A strong start, a strong funnel, and we'll see if the pathing that he has chosen to go through this base here is gonna work out for him.
Yes, we will see, and I do like the pathing, as you mentioned. What I always have learned to look for with this strategy is the time. How long is it taking to get everything set up? And it took about 1 minute for the Warden to get that funnel set and the other side of the funnel set as well. And that's honestly okay. We know that these Super Witches are not speedy. They like to take their time moseying through the base. Although a lot of times they go through with tons of power, sometimes they do run out of time. We're going to see if there's enough time in this one and enough power.
Yeah, definitely a strong start here. He's getting the CC dealt with here. The Super Witch is staying relatively safe here. He's got plenty more rages. Healers are safe. The log launcher will open up access to everything. The King, I like that wall break for the King to push in the top compartment there. The Royal Champion working with the King there. She goes to an early ability, but that's fine. She's getting all the value that she needs there. And the Expo is staying tanked. The King might actually pick up the tank into the cannon before the Royal Champion steps in there. Not quite, but the main push is continuing on to the Town Hall. The healers are sticking back, though. They're on the Warden right now, but he still has a Queen ability. He's got more freezes. He'll continue to lock down the Town Hall compartment and try to mix with the Queen. When she pops her ability, she can use it on the Town Hall and be able to take that down. So overall, looking okay, but still dying out a little bit at this point here. This Town Hall poison and the pathing around it is going to be critical to see whether he has enough to make it through on the backside.
I'm worried about time, and I'm worried about those healers. There's 30 seconds left. The Queen goes down, and that's going to be devastating, but the King is still alive. He's going to be able to help chop through the back end of the base, but with only 23 seconds, this one is not going to end up going through. This one is going to end up as a 2-star. Looked so good, and that's what happens with many of these smash attacks. Everything looks so good until it doesn't anymore. Things just sometimes fade off, and this one faded off very much so in the end. Going to be in the high 87% right here, but what happened here is we had a sway in the war. That 2-star evened out the stars, but because Space Station Gaming had the 99% too, they do have the percentage advantage, sitting at a 99.5% to a 93.5, so very close war. Only a 2% differential between the two teams, tied up on stars, going into their third attack each. I mean, this is kind of what we expected, a close war out of these teams. And now we have Agent 33 coming through with the Hydra Bat attack. Only 2 Dragon Riders in this one, coming in with an early blimp to take out that Town Hall. Like that. I like getting the Town Hall out of the way early, just in case you don't want to end up with a 1-star. And it looks like he's going to be doing that with some sneaky goblins that are just going to always make us nervous as we look at that health bar on top of the Town Hall. It does go down, and now he's going to move in with the rest next phase of the attack. He's actually sending the champion in early right here, just trying to narrow down this funnel. Unfortunately, she's getting pulled off track a little bit. There's a lot of skeleton traps. She's going to have to be forced to ability right there. Nice use of the invisibility spell, trying to get her on top of that scatter. Is she going to be able to get to that? Another invisibility invested, and I think it was a good investment for sure. Scatter goes down. He's going to work a little bit. It would be great if he could get that wizard tower, but he doesn't. Queen pulls him off, and now Eric, the Hydra, is incoming.
Yeah, you definitely got to be thinking about all the splash damage that is still remaining on the base. But getting that scatter shot down was a really, really important thing. He's lucky he had the extra invisibility. It was a good investment to bring it. He'll need to get this enemy Queen down. The ward ability should do the trick to get that. He's got a bunch of black mines going up, but the ward ability is absorbing all of them as he continues to push his way through. The King and Queen staying out of the range of the CC at the moment while the dragons continue to push their way through. And if they destroy the CC, then he won't have the potential of a hound or something like that coming out here. But the enemy Queen is still standing here, Echo, and she's starting to pick off a lot of things there. He had the ward ability pushing as the dragons were driving through her, but somehow she gets out of it completely unscathed. I don't know how she was able to survive that, but the ice cube on the backside, they're going to lock up that wizard tower. He's going to freeze up the Inferno in the middle of the base there to try to protect the dragons. The bat sweep around. They don't really need the freeze. They need one for the backside wizard tower, but honestly, let the bats die and ensure that the Queen goes down here. And there,
No.
There goes the bats anyways. They're all the dragons.
But the Queen is there with her ability. He has his Queen still with the ability, popping through the wall. He's got this base. There's only an air. He's got this. There's not enough to shut it down. But you're right. That Queen, the defending Queen, had Dragon Riders pass over her head. No dragons. So they just passed right on through. The dragons went south instead of going after the defending Queen. Did his Queen go down?
Queen went down.
Queen went down. I didn't realize that.
King's
Okay.
working through the wall. I hope this king has enough. He should have enough HP. It's just
I'm
a
not
waste of power.
sure. We have a. This may not. This may come to a time
storage.
fail. Yeah, the storage up top. This is not going to be a 3-star. I think he's going to run into a time issue. The minion's going to help up top. The king needs to get through that wall. Can he get through?
Wait.
Can these minions get it? Oh my goodness, this is going to be close. The king is not going to get through that wall in time. It's coming down to minions, and it's going to be another 99%
Wow.
2-star for Space Station Gaming. Just a few seconds short. That queen, I didn't even know she went down. I thought she was still up as she got into that final compartment, but that is not what they needed right there. They needed to 2 times. Man.
Yeah, that's wild. 299%. And with that being a miss there, it's an opportunity for Volume Zero. They have a percentage disadvantage no matter what happens coming out of this one here. But if Ghost can get it done with this Super Bowler Smash, then they're gonna take the lead on Stars here and be in a much stronger position than they would have been otherwise. But the pressure's on. The pressure is ramping here for Volume Zero as Ghost starts to work his way in with the Warden Walk, and he's got a blimp. I have a feeling he's going to go in through the Eagle Artillery and use the blimp to take the Town Hall. When we come in opposite of the Town Hall, the P.E.K.K.A. Smash and the Super Witches tend to work out really, really well, but when we're cutting across the base perpendicular to the Town Hall like he is here, then the blimp tends to be really, really strong to be able to go and set up Super Bowlers to punch right to the middle of the base here. I think this is the right call. I like the setup here, and with the position of the Eagle Artillery, I feel like this is the optimal entry into the space, and Ghost knows it. He's got the jump, and he'll get his way into the core of the base here, and another jump gives him access to everything on the backside, and he can reach that single Inferno from this core compartment here.
And he just clips that blimp. I was nervous he was going to miss the blimp with that Warden's ability, but he doesn't. He's on that Town Hall. Sneaky Goblins are getting to work. I believe it's Sneaky Goblins, of course. And then he's getting through the core. He's taking out one scatter shot, or already took it out. Another jump spell, I believe, is placed in top of that mishmash of spells all there in the center of the base. It was, and now that second scatter can go down. Now, all of the defenses that you need to really fear are gone. The question is a minute and a half left enough time? Now, he does have the champion. She's working her way in from the eastern side of the base. She's going to work her way all the way up to the north. And actually, there's not much there. She's going to take out this cannon and probably cut herself across the base, where she may put herself into a little bit of trouble. She's going to dive on over there with the queen and go to work with her. 2 hero abilities. Actually, no, she cut it up top. 2 hero abilities. Queen's being used right there. It looks like there's enough in the tank for this attack right now, Eric. Do you think he has what it takes? It's going to be close. The queen, I don't know if that queen's going to make it.
She's got her unicorn right there. That's keeping her topped off. She's taking the Archer Tower. The RC ability goes off. That Giant that came down with the Rare Champion was able to delay her ability so she'd get more value out of it. And she's looking good to go all the way through. Look how much time is left on the clock here, Echo. And he's got 4 bowlers, 4 super bowlers up on the top side. They're working with the Warden. They're going to wrap around, and they are going to get it done. With the Warden still holding the healers, taking the rest of the defenses on this base. Nothing is going to slow this down, but it is moving slow. And with super bowlers here, they're all attacking different walls there. They finally get the walls open. The Warden is going to go over there and start to pick off the last Arch Tower. That one super bowler on the outside, trying to get some bounces through, does get a little bit of fire onto that Arch Tower, and it all comes down to this last storage. But it looks like he's got everything arriving on it at the same time, and he's got 4 seconds to spare, and Volume Zero is taking the lead here against Space Station Gaming again.
I love that quote. Nothing's going to slow them down, but it is moving slow. It was close, but as soon as the Warden popped through that wall, they were able to get through, and I'm telling you what, Volume Zero took advantage of these 2 small slip-ups from Space Station Gaming. InVerum, come on back. I'm curious to know, do you think these 99% could nip Space Station Gaming at the end of this war?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that will certainly be a factor in this. Look, you gotta be perfect at this level of play. You gotta imagine putting up 99, 199 and still being behind at the end of 3 attacks. That's just how good the competition is right now. We knew going into it, this was going to be a bloodbath. This was going to be back and forth. This is the rivalry that's been brewing for months between these 2 squads. And if you're SSG, you're kind of just like, okay, we can turn this around. Yeah, it's no problem. You know, that's kind of got to frustrate them a little bit. We'll see if they can't swing things back in their favor here as we get into the back half of this war. Echo, Eric, let's go.
Yeah, no one likes getting a 99%, especially when you know you're just a few seconds away, especially when you're a player of this caliber. It's got to hurt even more than when, you know, a noob like myself goes in on some war attacks and shorts himself. It hurts, especially when there's a lot on the line, and there is a lot on the line here today. So right now we have Nick coming in with a Sui Lalo attack. He's going to try and get as much value out of these heroes, utilizing all three of them. The King is going in as the tank, you have the Champion coming in, and the Queen. So really going with a big hero investment, but only a couple of Ice Golem as well for that support. So really not investing too much on the Sui portion of this, getting the Clan Castle lore. Curious as to what's going to go on. He's trying to get the Town Hall with the Queen, and he's going to get it with the Queen's ability. Great setup for this attack.
Yeah, that RC almost took out the single Inferno as well. Luckily, no battle builders in the area anymore, as the RC ability was able to take them all down, and so the single Inferno will stay at low HP, but the Lalo is starting to work their way in. He does have the skeleton spells that he can use on the enemy Queen, which he'll be making a very late approach to. If he was making an early approach to her, then Headhunters would have been the answer, but now these skeleton spells are going to have to do the trick here, but the Blimp sails in and will quickly, actually, it's a little bit off on his placement there, but it does ultimately take out that multi-inferno in the middle of the base there. There's the ward ability as the Eagle Artillery strikes come down, and while he's moving into the other multi-inferno, but does freeze it anyways, mostly for the sweeper there, honestly, and the ward ability freeze wear off at the same time. He still has to get this Queen down, still has to get this scatter shot down, and the multi stays standing, and he's gonna wrap around it while the dragon gets smoked by the single inferno, and he's in trouble here. This is a big opportunity for Volume Zero, who's already ahead, to now further their lead here as Nick falls way short here. He misses two major defenses there, missing the multi-inferno and that scatter shot, and then the Queen just rips him apart at the backside with no way for those skeleton spells to be able to power through that enemy Queen. With the multi and the scatter shot right there, the multi alone will stop the Queen from going down to the skeleton spells, but you had to have the blues there to support. A little bit of a mistake there. I wonder if it was just a mistake in planning or how he wanted to use the spells, because a lot of times these players are going to really map out exactly where they're going to be using every individual spell. A lot of it's muscle memory too, because you never know exactly how things are going to path and where you're going to have to make adjustments, but generally they have a pretty good idea of why he brought that heal spell or something like that. You know, there's a very key spot that he had eyed out there that he wanted to use it, and unfortunately that multi-inferno just did him in right there, and it was the MVP along with the scatter shot right there, and them combined there were able to defend each other and hold Nick back. So a lead here for Volume Zero if they can get in here, and they already have the star advantage, so all they gotta do is 2-star and they'll at least maintain their lead no matter what, but they have an opportunity to get 2 stars ahead now.
They do. And I'm really surprised by that attack from Nick, that it was 77% 2-star, but that's the risk you run when you're doing Lalo, especially with a Sui Lalo. You know, sometimes the Lalo's going to come through like we saw Crazy Ryan do earlier and just crush a base, and it looks so impressive. And then sometimes something like that'll happen like we just saw, and it's a little underwhelming, and you wonder where it went wrong. We kind of know where this one went wrong, missing those 2 defenses in the core of the base, but, you know, it does put them in a bad position, as Ryan from Volume Zero could really put a nail in the coffin right now, as he's coming in with what is he coming in with? A Hydra Bat attack here. So he's got the sneaky goblins that are going to sneak in and going to grab that Town Hall. He's got his baby dragon setting the funnel up top. He has 5 Dragon Riders, and right now he has the log launcher selected. So curious to see how he's going to do that. Most likely he's going to come in on that scatter shot in the western side of the base with that log launcher. You agree with me there, Eric, or am I off?
Yeah, no, you're 100% right there. It's a sneaky Bat Rider attack is what we've been calling this one here. Not a Hydra, no dragons on this one. So pure Dragon Riders, but he has to get the value out of the kill squad here. We saw this used a lot here in the North American circuits, and these players really know how to use it. They're very good with it, but you got to deal with all the splash damage on the base. Starting in with the heroes on the top side, a couple balloons coming down to go into this scatter shot, which is really interesting. It feels like a little bit of a waste of those balloons. That was 4 balloons invested into 1 Tesla, but the Warden ability is going to protect the log launcher here so we can continue to open up access. And he didn't even combine the Warden with the King ability. A lot of times the people will combine the Warden with the King ability to make all the Barbarians invincible too. So those Barbarians are not going to have as much punch as they would otherwise, but I think he was mainly trying to protect the log launcher there so we can continue to get the base open. But the Dragon Riders are sweeping through with the Royal Champion, and as long as he can get all the splash damage down, or at least the majority of it, he's got 6 bat spells and 4 freezes to move through, and it's looking like he's opened up a really opportune spot up on the top side of the base there to start to sweep around with him.
Yeah, now he does have the scatter shot beating down on the Dragon Riders. He's lost 3 of them, make that 4. Only 1 Dragon Rider stands, but the bats are cruising through, and there's 1 more freeze spell left in the back pocket. Will they be able to get through? There's multiple wizard towers, though. Queen's ability is going to shut down one of those wizard towers. This is looking really nice here, Eric. These bats have no more splash damage to deal with. A lot of point defenses, but those point defenses cannot shut down these bats. The bow is the one thing you need to be concerned of right here.
I'm concerned about that Dragon Rider following the bats so closely. If it pulls a red bomb, that's going to the bats. And it looks like he gets lucky there. No red bombs around that almost half arc of the base there. And he was able to luck out. Nothing hits these bats here, and they're going to go in and close it out. That's a triple. That's 2 stars up here for Volume 0. And they're looking good to be able to match the record of Space Station Gaming at 5 wins apiece after they just came off of their win against Coruscant. This team is on absolute fire right now, and they're looking good to be one of the top running teams here in the ESL Mobile Challenge.
When you have momentum, you keep riding that momentum, and in this case, it is working out for Volume 0. Not to mention a few tiny slip-ups by Space Station that really allowed this to happen. The 299%, as InVerum said, did not help them. So right now, they have to pull in a 3-star and have to hope for a devastating 1-star out of Volume 0. Which is most likely not going to happen, but we're going to have to see. First things first, Space Station Gaming needs to worry about pulling in the triple. Lexnos, is he going to be able to get it done? That was a great interview we had with him. You know, he likes to go in sometimes a little nuts on the back end, but right now he's coming in with a, you want to call this a Hydra bat? There's only 1 Dragon Rider. It looks like a drag bat to me with 1 Dragon Rider.
Actually, it looks like Lexnos is sitting out today. Griticus is in. I know Lexnos was in the hospital after injuring himself, so hope he's getting better. But Griticus is going to step in his place today, and he's going to go into the town hall here with the Queen. The King is going to be going up to the Multi-Inferno. Now, the King isn't going to be able to take out the Multi-Inferno because it is surrounded, so he will need the Royal Champion to go in and take out the Multi-Inferno, while the King takes out the enemy Royal Champion and clears her out of the way. So the King has room, or the Royal Champion really has room to work there, while the King just provides the tanking for, taking advantage of both of them working together. Don't deploy them separately, use them together so they can synergize each other, and the King and the Royal Champion do great with that. Now, he is going to fight the CC here with Royal Champion. She'll pop her ability and hopefully get that ability off. Okay, got the single Inferno hit in the middle of it there, took out a couple battle builders, and then the Headhunters take her out. Now, he still needs to deal with the CC, but honestly, the Headhunters will go down really, really easy to the Dragons here, and the Hound is completely pulled out of the way there into the top corner, and we'll see if it causes any problems with the cleanup on the backside.
Yeah, that Stone Slammer is going to go down really early, though. I like to usually see that Stone Slammer live nice and long and push through the base, but it only gets a few defenses before it goes down. There is another Drag Rider coming out of it with a handful of balloons, so those are going to assist their way through, but I'm not in love with how much of the base was taken out before these Dragons started going inside. I feel like the value was not as much there as he would have liked from phase 1 of the attack. We'll see, though, if he has the ability to make it through. Remember, he does have the bats in the back pocket. There's a freeze spell. 2 shots of the Eagle Artillery got off before the bats freeze spell was actually dropped on top. They are going to get the Eagle. There's only 1 more Wizard Tower on the backside of this base and 2 more freeze spells. Looks like this is going to give Space Station the tiny window of opportunity to potentially, maybe, be able to pull in this war if Volume 0 can really flub their next attack. Because this was a nice triple out of Griticus. It's just we needed a few more throughout the rest of the war.
It was really solid. It was definitely a really, really solid attack there. Very well executed. A swag freeze that he didn't drop at the end there. And they've done everything they could do at this point here. So what they need to do is get that 1-star, like you said. And I haven't seen any anti-2-star bases being run from Space Station Gaming. Sometimes those can force mistakes there. We saw it in Volume Zero's last war against Coruscant with those anti-2-star Center Town Hall bases. If they're trying to do something like a Queen Charge to go take, which is a popular tactic to be able to go after those bases, if you have something go wrong, it can swing the war very drastically in a hurry, like we saw in that previous war. But we'll see if Volume Zero has another base like that. They used it. Wait, Volume Zero. They're attacking
Space Station.
Well, yeah, Space Station.
Okay.
We don't know what Space Station has here. It's I don't know. We'll see.
We will see. And Volume Zero, if I'm them, I'm going safe. I'm gonna pull in that 2-star. And right now the Town Hall is very accessible. But look at this. Max is coming in with a Lalo right now. Again, a little bit of a risky attack, like we saw him do against Coruscant, as he was the anchor of the team. He's coming in with the, what is he using? Is he doing the Skelly Donut there again?
Yeah, he did in the last war, and he's doing it again in this war.
Wow, but Town Hall?
Oh, okay.
Planet Cast, it goes down.
I was worried the skeleton took a scattershot hit there, but remember, the skeletons spawn with an armor on them, so they have to be struck twice to actually go down. So one scattershot hit won't take them down in one strike. You gotta hit them twice to be able to knock their armor off and then take them down, which is why the skeleton spells are used so commonly to provide tanking, even for air attacks, because they are so much more powerful. It is double the number of troops there to provide tanking as bats would provide, and that's why we see them used so much here. But the King and the Queen and the World Champion all working together here to clear out this entire left-hand side of the base there, connecting to where the Skelly Donut was used in the middle of the base there. No CC to contend with, and the King ends up breaking the wall, steps out in front of the Queen, and he's still moving. He's still going for days here, Echo. Asta Slammer joins the World Champion, and she still has her ability as well. This is looking really, really nice here, and with that 2nd-star put up there, they're gonna lock in the win, and they take down the Titans that are Space Station Gaming here, and they've now secured 5 wins in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and they've done absolutely phenomenal, and they're going to put themselves in a very, very high seeding position here, and we'll see how all the ultimate rankings end up playing out here. But GG to Volume Zero. What a dominant performance they put in here, putting up 14 stars, and look how much time he has left here, Echo. This was absolutely crushed.
This is beautiful. A really nice looking attack for sure. That's Stone Slammer staying up until the end, which I always love seeing. And yes, after this war, they have now a tied record with Space Station Gaming. They are both sitting at 5-2. Which, I mean, that was a clutch performance from them. A couple of flubs over there by Space Station Gaming did end up costing them the war by 2 stars at that. 95%, 12 stars to 97.4, 14 stars. Congratulations, Volume Zero. You are now hanging out, I should say, on the top of the leaderboard. But Eric, we have more wars to come here tonight. The night is not yet over, and I mentioned it before, I'm going to mention it again. There are some nice Clash of Clans merch and a giveaway to go along with that merch. What you need to do in the chat right now is to give us an !clans giveaway to enter the site for that Gleam giveaway. We're going to reveal a unique code later on in the show that you can enter for a chance to win that exclusive gear. The socks are great. I know you have the socks too, Eric. I know you love them on your invisible feet. Yeah, they are good. But guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a little bit with the next war, and I'll see you guys there.
most scariest horror movie that I've ever seen had to have been Saw 3. Also The Conjuring. Never seeing that again.
The horror movie that scared me the most upon the first watch was probably all of the Insidious series. That was definitely a good one, and lots of jump scares there.
I've really never watched horror movies, so that's not that great of a question to ask.
The character that would make the best horror movie villain in the game would probably be the Night Witch in the Builder base. Those things are creepy.
Definitely the Royal Champ because of her agility to jump over walls and be continuously scary with her new spear. I feel like you can integrate a lot of skulls or something she's holding onto as she's moving is very, very scary.
Nah, candy corn is trash. I can't do that. Literally any other candy is better. I'm sorry.
It's good. I really like it. I don't know why it gets the negative rep it has.
No, get that out of here. Candy corn is not good. Anyone that wants to give that to me at Halloween, I'm egging your house.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm InVerum. That's Echo. That's Eric. And we are still here with our final day of the Mobile Challenge. Cease, get that hand out of there. What are you doing?
I don't know.
Blasphemy. Blasphemy. All right. Imagine if you committed the face paint to that. You just get all over your keyboard.
Did you see how I just did a shoulder shrug without shoulders? It's really impressive.
That was really great. Great at this. You're like really doing well.
It's weird that it makes sense.
I get it. I mean, I'm perfectly understand. Just like we were almost perfect in that last war. So very close for volumes. Did I not say that they're the 14 star? I feel like I kind of alluded to that going into this, and I feel like I may be justified in my decision in calling them that. You had many, many, many 3 stars to choose from, Eric. What did we end up going with after all that?
I want to talk about this super bowler attack that Ghost did. It did grind to the finish line there, but it was a really, really nice attack here. So what I want to point out on this attack here is normally when we go in with like a P.E.K.K.A smash attack, when we do the water walk in basically the same spot, we would go in north and then cross with a log launcher towards to the town hall with like maybe the king to go up and circle in there. That's the typical approach that we would go. But when we do a super bowler attack, we're generally going to want to go and sideswipe the town hall while the blimp sails through and hits that town hall and takes it out as he moves through. The super bowlers tend to have a really, really strong push. I've seen a lot more success when they come in with this approach here compared to other attacks. They tend to do really, really well, but also I want to point out this Single Inferno right here is reachable over the wall here. It did cause a little bit of damage here as he worked his way into the base, but he was able to reach it and it didn't become a major threat here. Now, I feel like if he couldn't reach it, then maybe dragons would have been a really good option on this base here as well, because they maybe could have cloned up and took out the Single Inferno, which seems to be meta by the Town Hall. So the freeze on the Town Hall, as he was taking some heavy damage there as the blimp landed, freeze up the Single Inferno, and he had a strong push going all the way up to the top of the base here. Now look at the path that he kind of made through this base here. But the queen, doing queen things, had other ideas. She did not follow the group, but she came in clutch. He did have a couple of the super bowlers walk on him down here, but he quickly deploys the Royal Champion, and he was able to let them go into cleanup and let the Royal Champion wrap all the way around the base here while the super bowlers were doing some tanking to go all the way through, and you'll see her make it to the end of the base here. Now she's wrapping around here, the super bowlers are still doing work, and she's playing catch up while the queen on the other side was actually beating through the wall there and doing something even more clutch, and that's taking out that enemy Royal Champion. So his Royal Champion and all of his single individual troops arriving one by one wouldn't be picked off by that Royal Champion, who could be a massive, massive threat on the backside. That was a dangerous risk there to leave that Royal Champion up until the end, but luckily the queen was able to split off from the group there, clear the way, and then the Royal Champion able to connect all the way around the base there. She didn't ultimately survive, neither did the queen, but the super bowlers and the warden were able to go through the walls here. It took them a while to get through, but they were eventually able to break the walls and close this into a 3-star. It was really an interesting way here that I'm seeing the most success out of Super Bowlers, and it's nice to see a pro player like Ghost break it down like that.
Yeah, I mean, those are a troop that we don't get to see as often as I'd like. They look awesome. Honestly, they're one of my favorite looking troops in the whole game. And it's just always so fun to see the splash damage rolling all over the place there. But yes, getting it done. Fantastic there, and helping obviously to contribute to that victory there in the last game. Back-to-back victories, in fact, for Volume 0. So let's see if I can get back-to-back winners interviews. Yes, Nick, there he is. How you do, sir?
Better camera quality
right now,
this time.
there you go. And right now, you're looking at that number 1 spot in the leaderboard. How does that feel?
Feels good, but we still have to obviously see how the night goes, because I know if Happy Endings and Lost Meta both go 2-0, then the admin's got a lot of work to do, because then there's a 4-way tie for first.
This is true. Tie breaks left, right, and center, and I do not envy our admins. But the fans, at least, are going to be in for a heck of a treat, because we have seen some already stellar wars tonight. I had a chance to talk to multiple players over the course of the last few weeks, and the general consensus is right now that the meta is in a really good spot. A little bit easier for defenders to come in. All that being said, you guys still put up 14 stars in that last one. How is it that your team is consistently able to deliver such incredibly impeccable results?
I think it's just because we're pretty versatile attackers. And I mean, I, for example, use probably one of the most unused strategies in the game, which is Super Witches. So a lot of people don't really test for that. And other than that, we also just come up with plans that we think are going to work and aren't going to be tested for.
So that just goes. So it's actually funny in this case, you guys playing off meta is actually a bit of an advantage for you, because all the same meta strats are the ones everybody's testing against, but your ability to come in with a variety of strategies is giving you that edge. And that's so fun, because I feel like there are so many viable strategies in the game right now. If you could choose one absolutely never used strat that you wish was viable, what would it be?
I'll count for people like you in this game that maybe aren't too good at attacking. So let's just go with a bunch of golems and.
Oh, it hurts my heart. It's true, but it hurts. Yes, a crap ton of golems sounds absolutely amazing. I want to do absolutely no work. Golem spam. All right, we're gonna make that happen. In either case, I'm not gonna keep you for too long, because I know you want to go celebrate with your team. Congratulations on back-to-back victories tonight.
Thank you. Glad we didn't choke this time.
What a way to end. Get my co-casters back in here. Oh my goodness. Yes, not wanting to choke, certainly the way to be. But wait, I hear music. Does that mean, is it time? Are we revealing a secret code here on the broadcast for all you at home to get your hands on an exclusive crate from Supercell? I hope that's what all this means, and that everything just didn't break. We're gonna find out. Maybe? Hey, there it is. Yes! Exclamation point. Clash giveaway in the chat. That's what you want to type. You want to go to the website. Just entering that in the chat will absolutely not enter you into this. I'm sorry, everybody. It's not that kind of, it ain't that kind of giveaway, bruv. It's that kind of giveaway, though. That's the code right there on the screen. If you want to enter into the giveaway, if you want to have a chance to win that amazing box, thank you so much, Supercell, of awesome Clash of Clans swag. Be sure to go enter that into the code. Oh, the code into Gleam on the website. Go to that. Go do it right now, and then come back, obviously. But go do that, and then come back. But go do that. Okay. We're good. You can all. We'll give you some time. In any case, we're gonna head to a short break, I think, and then when we come back, we're going to have our next match up here. Looking forward to that. So we'll see you all in a few. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm InVerum. That's Echo. Gosh, Eric, every time I look at the screen, you actually do scare me. I'm going to be honest. This is legitimately like a little bit unsettling. Yeah, okay. All right. More than enough of that. More than enough of that. Echo, let's take a look at our upcoming match, shall we?
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Why don't we? Well, we had a great one with Coruscant in Volume 0, a heartbreaker with Space Station Gaming in Volume 0, and now we have Lost Meta Gaming taking on the A team. Keep in mind, Lost Meta Gaming is the first and only team this season to pull in a perfect war. And for Lost Meta Gaming, we have Halo Blade, Husnain, Fence Post, JD9, and Mr. Happy Store. And let's take a look at that opponent's roster in the A team. Beck 29, Fresh Air, Lord Kirk, Surge, and Simon. Looking like they are gonna do some work. Eric, why don't you break this down for us?
I mean, looking at 60% hit rate here, 3-star rate for Lost Metagaming, 57% for the A team. Very, very close on there, but a little bit of a higher defensive rate on for Lost Metagaming here, getting a little bit potentially stronger bases. We'll have to see how that plays out, but the stats relatively close there between the two teams, and we'll have to see how this all plays out. But I mean, I would say we're in for a good match here. I am kind of predicting Lost Metagaming personally, but A team has definitely put up a big fight here, and the numbers are very comparable.
This one's going to be close. This is one of these really tough ones in the middle of the pack. This is still a make or break war for both of these teams. If they want to make it to the top 4, if they want to make it to the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals, they got to do it right here. Put up or shut up. Let's see who can get it done as we get into our first attack.
And the first attacker is JD9 out of Lost Meta Gaming, coming in with a Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack with a whole bunch of minions to clean up behind those Dragon Riders. Queen coming in from the western side of the base. That balloon just not taking the mortar quite down. I thought it was going to. I think it was supposed to. But the Queen is probably going to be broken into this Eagle artillery compartment. We have to see. I'm wondering if she's going to be walking down or if she's going to be able to stay on path, which would be to actually go up towards the top. Looks like she's going to be going down towards that mortar because the archer did not. Yeah, this pathing went in the wrong direction. Let's see if he's going to be able to fix his plan right now. Not really sure. I mean, I don't think his plan was to go into that Eagle compartment. I think
no, definitely not.
Because
he wanted to go up to the Queen and the Multi-Inferno and go to the scatter shot. There's a lot of value up top there that he could have gone after, but now he has to make the adjustments here. He's got multiple wall breaks. He would have liked to have some additional ones to not only drive the Queen, but also to drive the King into the base there, but he will wall break all the way in here. He'll get the walls open to get the scatter shot, so he's still getting some good value. He needs to get this enemy road champion out of the way there. He can't really sneak his Queen or his road champion, I mean, really anything in through that Eagle artillery until that road champion's out of the way, other than maybe his King, but his Queen going to an early ability here as she is taking a lot of heavy fire there from the scatter shot, and now she'll engage the CZ. Luckily get the scatter shot down, but this warden statue can do chip it away at her as she fights that off, and this Eagle artillery is going to be activated soon, and it looks like he is realizing what I realized, and he is going to send his King in there because he's the only one who can handle that compartment, and he's going to do exactly that after the Queen pulls the CC, being very patient on that. And it's a good adjustment, but he still has a long way to go, and he would love if the Queen could maybe actually go to the town hall here as he drops a little support with her on the outside, but definitely keep an eye on that multi-pro in the middle of the base there, and it looks like he is going to go after the town hall with the Dragon Riders and try to push the Queen maybe inside the base. I don't know what's going on here, Echo. This is not going to plan here, and he's looking like he's just going to salvage the 2-star and then get out with whatever percentage he can pick up.
He's going YOLO, man. This is what I do every single day on all 8 of my Legends attacks. He's going in and hoping for the best. Now, he obviously had to readjust his plan, but there's only so much you could readjust when it's on the fly, when the Queen goes in the wrong direction. There are Dragon Riders left, though, and the champion. I think this has enough to go through. Let's see if these Dragon Riders can stay up, and they do stay up through that but they hit every air bomb in the game. There's 2 Dragon Riders standing. I think he did some nice adjustments, and as long as time permits, he can pull this thing in right here, and he does. Yeah.
Wow.
YOLO. Taking my way of attacking right there. Pulling in the triple. I mean, that did not go to plan. but it went to 3-star, which is okay. Put that behind you. Stress is gone. He's got it.
I'll be real, Echo. I was worried when he sent in the Dragon Riders through the town hall. I really felt like he was just going in for the 2-star and just going to a backup plan there after he realized that time was chipping away and he wasn't 100% sure that the queen was going to cooperate and go to the town hall. He just had to send it. He didn't really have a choice, and he still finished in time. Absolutely wild. But now the A team coming in with Sir Longsword. Now, Sir Longsword is a player that we definitely recognize on this team here that is actually played with the Lost Meta Gaming family and the Space Station Gaming family in the past. We'll see if they can, if he can do well on the other side here, striking against them. But he's starting in with the king and the queen here. Two separate entries there. One for the king to go into the open corner on the edge of the base, and the queen steps in. She deals with the test farm without any issue there, while the king steps up and he's working on that enemy king. No headhunter there to support, so this enemy king is doing work here, takes his king down, works on his yak, and leaves the queen stranded on her own to continue on. But there's not a lot of damage to the compartment, and here comes a dragon an Inferno Dragon Rider or Inferno Dragon Rider attack here, coming in from the top side with the blimp protecting them on their entry to the base, and skeleton spells out in front to provide some cover.
I really like that entrance, and this blimp is going to get that rage spell. It's going to drop right on top of the town hall. Oh, the sweeper actually helped. I feel like, was there a tornado trap down there? Maybe not. No, I don't see it. They went in some weird pathing there, but they did end up going through. The thing that we need to worry about is that scatter shot down below. That's what my eyes are on. You have multiple Inferno Dragons that are going to be approaching that storage. You're going to get stuck on it for a while. Look at this. The champion is going to engage the champion. Skeletons every. Look at the champion chasing the other champion, and there's the tornado trap I was looking for. Offensive champion is going to get struck again. Oh, it's going to be. She's going to go down to that. Oh no, she gets in range of it just in time. She will be melted by the multi-inferno. The Inferno Dragon needs to melt this, and I think it's going to do it, and it does. It gets it done, and this is going to be a 3-star for Sir Longsword. The one thing I feared was taken down, and that was enough to pull in the triple. So we are tied up in this war after attack number 1. 3 stars to 3 stars. Both teams firing on all cylinders. Although the first attack that we had from Lost Meta was definitely a rework of the original plan. Sir Longsword seemed to have everything go right to plan on his.
Yeah, definitely. I was actually more worried about that Emperor Champion on the backside than the scatter shot, because she stands in the way there. His Royal Champion had to chase her. That was a little bit of a issue, but he still pulls it through. Fence Post coming in next with a very, very similar attack. And like I mentioned so often with all of these Dragon Rider, Inferno Dragon, all these air attacks in general, these enemy heroes on the backside can be absolutely devastating if the Royal Champion is in charge of taking that area and there's still an enemy hero standing in her path. And this one coming in with all the heroes up over on the right side of the base there by this Eagle Artillery. They're gonna have to search their way all the way across, but the King and the Queen looking like they're getting ready to enter into this Eagle Artillery compartment while the blimp gets spun around by the tornado trap there. It does survive the twirl, and it arrives at the town hall with the rage, and he's looking pretty good here to keep everything continue to push forward and towards those enemy heroes to get him out of the way so his Royal Champion can do her job on the backside.
Yeah, he's even got that heal spell there to kind of get those Dragon Riders and Inferno Dragons back up to health as they path through the center of the base. I like that. And there are a lot of troops. They're all just stalled right now right by that clan castle because it looks like Ice Golem are what were deployed. But right now, Champion's running around the outside. The Queen is running alongside as well. Skeleton spells are tying up that defending King. And the King has his ability as well. So we can see that be popped and really clear out everything along the side of the base. Pretty nicely done. One more freeze spell in the back pocket, which should and probably could be used, or probably should be used on that scatter. And there we go. Nice placement of that. But things are lightening up here. I don't see any Inferno Dragons left. It's all just about the heroes right now. The Queen is fully topped off. No abilities are left though. All abilities are used. Grand Warden's gonna assist the Queen. She's gonna be able to pop through. That bow is a little bit scary there. It's gonna be out of range for the Queen, and she very well could get tied up on it.
Can't she?
Nah, she's got the Skellies.
Yeah,
Skellies.
you're right. one way or another, that bow is going to do a lot of damage to her if everything else didn't take her down like it did. But it looks like he's not going to get anything else out of this one. It's going to be a 92%. A miss here for Lost Metagaming. Mistake on their first attack there that still resulted in the triple. But, I mean, that's rough on the backside. That was a lot of damage incoming as he made it in that top corner. And you do like to leave a little bit thinner pockets of buildings so the Royal Champion and the Queen aren't engaging so much at the same time that they get overwhelmed. When you run into a high concentration of damage, it's very dangerous for the heroes. And even the Queen, with how much punch that she has with that Unicorn, gets overwhelmed on the backside and can't push through that density of defenses. So there we go. 92% of the final. Lost Metagaming, given an opportunity for the A team to get ahead here. They're going to need 93% to pull ahead, and that's not too big of an ask there, but a triple here would be to put them in a really good spot. And both of these teams really, really need this triple right here. They really need to win. They need to win here because going up to a 4-win record here is going to potentially put them into a finals position. So they definitely want to be in the top 4, and this is the win that is most critical to get them there.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, and now we have 2 teams that are sitting with 5 wins apiece, Volume Zero and Space Station Gaming, so they definitely want to start creeping their way up. The best way to do that is to pull in a win right here as Fresh Air is coming in with a P.E.K.K.A. Smash attack. And 4 Super Wizards on the offense for this one as well. 5 P.E.K.K.A.s, so bringing a lot of P.E.K.K.A. more than we typically see with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash on this one. Starting out with the Grand Warden Walk in the southwestern side of the base. Going to try and take out that multi-target Inferno before going on. But the Warden, he's taking a little bit of a beating right there. And that Owl's going to be going down, of course, as we've seen happening. Rage Spell helps out, though. Gets him top right back off to full health. And he's going to just continue working his way through. It's a slow but steady process that he's going through right now. He has to fight through the battle builders trying to heal it up as well. So where do we see this attack going in? Where do you foresee them coming? Right into that scatter shot down below, I would assume, Eric.
He's got the blimp, but he definitely would prefer to get the Eagle Artillery down first. Now, looking at the enemy heroes on the base here, he does want to make sure that he engages the heroes in a spot where they will be on the correct side of the wall as he makes his approach. And with the Queen sitting in that bottom compartment with their pad touching the center compartment, that means he wants to approach that compartment from the top side, and that's exactly where he's coming in. And being able to get the Eagle Artillery on his approach there is just icing on the cake. That is what he's primarily looking for when he's going into this base here, and it looks like he set it up very, very nicely. So the push of the Artillery, the ward ability comes down with the Rage. He's got the healers transferred over to the P.E.K.K.A.s at the moment. They're surging forward inside of the Rage there. The Sweeper will be knocking back a little bit there, but not enough that the healers aren't going to be able to surge forward with the Rage there and continue driving towards this Town Hall compartment. It's a long push to the Town Hall, but it's a strong push towards the Town Hall, and he's got the enemy Queen engaged there as he gets her to jump the wall. Like I mentioned, all the enemy heroes were able to be accessed from his access through here where they weren't being pursued beyond walls, and that's exactly what's going to push him through to the backside, take him into the Town Hall, and we'll see if he has enough punch to reach past that and get this Scatter above him and the Scatter and Single Inferno down below. But it looks like the Town Hall is mostly under control here.
Oh yeah, he's on top of that Town Hall, no issue whatsoever. Grand Warden goes down to the Single Inferno. Queen is locked on by the single right now as well. That, unless if she steps out of the way, it's going to force her to her ability. But honestly, it's okay right now. I think there's enough punch to get through. The healers, though, are not on those. The healers are actually gone. P.E.K.K.A.s are low in health. Champion has her ability. She should be able to path right on through the rest of this. And look at this, the Unicorn going and topping off those P.E.K.K.A.s. It looks like with 26 seconds, unless if there's defenses hiding, I'm sitting here counting. We should be seeing
up there. There's no there's no range target troops up in that compartment. Time is going to be the biggest factor here, and he's not going to have anything to go back for that collector. Even if he can clear out the bottom here, one wizard or the warden or the queen or something surviving there to give him a little bit of range support there would have helped, but even the bottom quarter was too much for him. A 97% will still give them the lead. They're only up by 4 buildings, but 4 buildings is better than nothing here as they pull ahead in this war.
Yeah, it is. I mean, as I was saying that I thought he was going to have enough, things started just kind of crumbling a little bit right there. Fell apart. Not before he got a very nice percentage though. And again, super close war going on right now. Tied up on stars, pretty darn close on percentage as well. Going into the third attack right now from Lost Meta Gaming as Snane comes on in with a Queen Charge Dragon Rider of his own. A couple of sneaky goblins are going to be able to clean out some stuff along the outside of the base. Here comes the Queen. She's going to start her charge over there in the western side of the base. And let's see where he plans on sending her. I mean, I was wrong on my last prediction. You corrected me, Eric, and you were right. But it looks like she is going right into the scatter shot right now. Nicely funneled out by those sneaky goblins. She's going to be able to get some good value. We should probably see a clan castle lore out of her as well. Balloons are going to sneak on through. I love the rage spell being used early. Hate seeing her being forced to ability when she gets just overwhelmed by some of the defenses that she encounters, but she is looking good right now. Things are starting out nice. Balloon's going to pop on in. I really want to see what's in that CC. See what's going to be coming out of that, but Champion's going to come in and assist right now. King as well, and it looks like that King is going to be diving into the Town Hall compartment with that Champion. Actually, yeah, he is going to.
I was curious how he's going to deal with the CC. I thought the Queen was going to jump to the Town Hall, but he actually jumps the Queen north. He makes the Queen invisible and actually made their buildings invisible as well, so that the Queen skipped forward and went to the enemy row champion, got her down. Interesting placement on the invisibility there. I think he actually intended a freeze, but the invisibility did the trick there. Lucky break if that was a misclick, but he seems to be missing the Town Hall. Look, the Yak is going to engage it now, but he's lost the King. He lost his road champion. The Yak is taking the Eagle strikes there. The Eagle will be going down soon to the Dragon Riders, but this Slammer seems to have this Town Hall under control. With whatever comes out of there, they will get the drop onto it. They're going to take it down, but that's going to hurt him on the backside. Not having the Stone Slammer, I guess it's not that much different than using the Goblin Blimp to take the Town Hall down or something like that. So not that much of a big deal, but I mean, still a little bit of potential lost value on the backside. Now his Queen is engaging the enemy King right now, and that's a dangerous spot for her. It's going to stall her up for a while. She might be able to power through that and beat that fight, but that King hits so incredibly hard, he is going to lose his Queen, and the healers are going to go to waste. Lost Meta Gaming leaving another 2-star on the board here, and another opportunity for the A team. They barely missed on the last one, and now they're going to be able to have another opportunity to pull a star ahead, but they hold the percentage advantage. Like I said, 5 buildings is all that separates these teams, but his air defenses have shut him down on the backside. There's no way for him to be able to have the punch to work us through, and he is going to try to pick up as much percentage and climb to 90% here and get as high as possible here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this is going to be one of those wars where percentage really does matter. And what happened to Lost Meta Gaming from that perfect war? You know, I mean, it's so funny that depending on how the war's going, how the day's going, the opponent that you have, things can end up so differently in a war. This one is going to fall a little bit short for Hasnain, coming into the low 90 percentages, which is respectable, of course, but it's still opening up the door for the A team to come on in with the 3-star and just take a pretty solid lead. I mean, from what we're seeing back and forth here, how tight it is, a 1-star advantage is something that you could feel confident with. And going into the middle portion of the war, I don't think the A team would like anything more than a 1-star advantage right now. They already have the percentage advantage. Question is, are they going to be able to get it done? And if so, what strategy are they going to use? So far, are you surprised what you're seeing out of Lost Meta Gaming, or is this kind of what you were expecting?
They're close on a lot of the attacks here. They're definitely attacks that have some potential. I think he underestimated what he could get with his King there, and he came really close with that. The King would have taken the Town Hall. The Slammer easily wouldn't be able to pick up that last little section of base that he left on the board there. But underestimating what the King was going to get there, and the Royal Champion wasn't able to assist the King with that Town Hall takedown because the Town Hall wasn't activated yet, and that's one of the problems with the Royal Champion and why she generally isn't in charge of taking the Town Hall down, because you do have to invest extra things to get her through, like an Earthquake and invisibility spells, and that is King's job there, and the King came short. So now coming in next, we got Lord Kirk coming in with an attack that's becoming increasingly more popular around the meta. We got ourselves a sneaky Bat Rider attack as he trims out the area around the Town Hall with a bunch of sneak goblins taking out all of the collectors and now the storages, and then he's got the invisibility that he can use to take the Town Hall down, and he can get ready for a kill squad in through the Eagle Artillery at the bottom of the base there, but he's gonna need to get at least one of the enemy heroes down on the left or right there with the Queen of the Royal Champion, so he can sneak his Royal Champion in and go get a scatter shot down in one of those side compartments. It's his choice which one he wants to go for, but I personally think he should charge the King side there, and we'll see if that's what he wants to do. A little bit of a misplacement though on the visibility, and the sneaky goblins are not. Wow. Now he's got. All right, this changes everything, Echo. He's gonna have a complete rework of his entire plan. That's the struggle of putting the invisibility on the top side of the Town Hall. The Town Hall is so tall that it's very difficult to judge exactly where you need to put that invisibility, and I feel like most of the time when that Town Hall is in the top compartment, this attack strategy becomes a little bit more risky because exactly that, as that invisibility is very difficult to place.
I mean, if players at this level struggle like that for the placement, players at a general level are going to struggle even more. It tells you put the Town Hall up top rather than down below. It'll just make it more difficult. I remember you talking about that exact point last week, Eric. Queen goes to ability as well already. Will she even get the minions? She does get those super minions. Lucky, lucky, lucky right there. Log launch is coming in, and honestly, Eric, I feel like right now this is just kind of throwing everything at the base and trying to get a 2-star for as much percentage as you can. This is going to sway the lead in the war. The percentage is going to go in favor of Lost Meta, but right now, he's got to secure the 2-star. He's only at a 37. Now, of course, he does have those Dragon Riders. They're coming into the base now. The Grand Warden is there to assist as well. But you have these rocket balloons. They're not going to help anything out as your offense tries to dive on into the base. It's him clawing his way to as high a percentage as he could possibly get to at this point in time.
He's just now crossing 50%, and that's the problem with bat attacks there. If something goes wrong in the attack there, like we're seeing here, then bats struggle to be able to pick up any additional percentage if they don't have all the splash damage removed, so they can actually go and do what their job was intended to do. So he needs to get a lot more down here. He's not going to get the multi-inferno down. He'll send in the bats in from the top side and try to pick off some defense up there. He's going to have to burn all of his freezes onto the multi-inferno, and then they'll ultimately die into the Wizard Tower. And he's not really picking up a lot of value up there. I wonder if it would have been more percentage to come in through the scatter shot and the Wizard Tower from the top right, but one way or another, he didn't have the time to be able to pick up punch percentage after it anyways. He just had to get anything he could get, and he gets only 1 or 2 buildings out of those bats. A lot of spell investment for a very, very little return, because when those sneaky goblins miss the Town Hall, you're just scrambling to get anything you can out of it. That is an absolutely devastating way to kick into that. I mean, InVerum, that was a rough way to go into the middle of the war here. They had a big opportunity, and they were definitely the opposite of being able to take advantage of it.
I mean, that just goes to show at this level of play, one tiny mistake. There are no do-overs. There's no take two. You don't get a mulligan. You got to do it right the first time. And when things don't quite go according to plan, we often talk about the hallmark of what separates a good player from a great player is their ability to adapt and overcome when the original plan doesn't necessarily go according to plan. Not what they wanted there, but they had a good enough lead. I think it's only about a 5% differential now between the two of them. But if I'm Lost Meta, I am smiling from ear to ear after this one, because that's your way back in this war. They can pull out a triple here, get themselves in that lead. They're going to be feeling excellent. We'll see if Stay Away is the one to get it done.
Yeah, and I mean, 20 super goblins were invested in grabbing that Town Hall and not being effective with that. I mean, even a great player would struggle to bring that attack in. I mean, these are great players that we're looking at right now, and it was just a very difficult mountain to overcome after struggling with the first part. But we are here looking at Stay Away from Lost Meta Gaming, coming on in with the Queen Charge Dragon Rider of his own. Nice job with the blimp, getting out the scatter shot, getting the Clan Castle lore. Queen can start her work now, and look at that. Beautiful example of why you should be using a coconut loon when you're coming in with those healers. Completely saved a healer's life there. Spare the healers, lose a balloon or two. It'll be worth the investment. But the Queen is going to be coming on right over here in the eastern side No, that's the eastern side of the base. It's getting late. I'm sorry. And the super wall breaker does not actually get to any walls. So not sure what the place, why that was being dropped there. But it was. Maybe to get to, why was that super wall breaker dropped up there? Was that a misclick?
I think he's fine either way. Even if it was just to open up the wall just a little bit wider so the queen can step through. The queen does step through. The funnel is solid. She's going to have no problem moving in there. He does wall break the archer tower open, which will make the next wall breaker be able to target the wizard tower, and that'll give the queen access into this town hall compartment. She's looking good. Her pathing is secure. The king going to continue to go along the outside of the town hall. Even the king's going back. The king's got other plans here. The queen
struggling.
Wait,
this queen is struggling. She never.
Oh no!
The wall breaker was used on accident. That's why that stray wall breaker was running. It never made it to the wall. It was supposed to be a double wall break there, so the queen can get into the town hall. But lucky for stay away, the king was able to come through clutch. He got it done. And now less to salvage than we saw in the previous attack. But there is still some salvaging to do here. The queen went down probably a bit earlier than he was hoping. Let's see how far these dragon riders can get through the back end of this base. Remember, this attack has no bats to clean anything up. It's all dragon riders and all power through the air.
Yeah, that whole side of the base there on that right top side was completely littered with a whole bunch of air traps that made not only the queen charge difficult, but any air entry from that side of the base difficult. Whether it would have been E-Drags, Inferno Dragons, a Hydra, it didn't seem to make a difference. All of those would have struggled here, but now he's moving his way into this enemy road champion. Everybody's arriving at the same time, but he doesn't really have a way to deal with the road champion, so he still has a little bit of a chance to clear through the defenses, but this enemy road champion is shutting him down pretty hard here, and he's almost out of time as well. So with that queen charge going down, and her heal is getting smoked there. Luckily the king, like you said, able to pick up that town hall, and 85% here from Lost Meta is gonna keep this war nice and close here, Echo.
I'm honestly surprised on how many 2 stars, fair percentage 2 stars we're seeing here today out of Lost Meta Gaming. That's 3 in a row that they just were unable to just execute their plan as planned. Lucky for them, they have a small advantage in percentage because the war is tied up right now. But again, giving the A team an opportunity right now to pull in a 3-star. And when you're struggling to pull in 3 stars on your own, a 1-star advantage could be really strong going into the final attack, especially if you're the team able to execute. So the A team has that open door, has some control right now, and it's in the fate is their own. 2 more 3 stars in a row, they win this war. But they got to start one at a time. They got to come through right now, grab that initial lead, pull in a 3-star, and go from there. Let's see if they can do it, Eric.
Well, even if they 3-star, they're still going to be behind on percentage. So the percentage advantage as we go into the final attacks, no matter what, will be in Lost Meta Gaming's favor. But like you said, triple here would be absolutely critical to put the pressure onto Lost Meta Gaming, and you got to get them to buckle under the pressure. You got to give them the pressure. You got to make it as hard as possible for them to be able to make their comeback and just make that last attacker cringe a little bit there as he gets ready to go into his attack here. So we got Simon coming in with a P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Got a Golem in this one here. No witches with this P.E.K.K.A. Smash, and we'll see if he can get in here. He looks like he's going in through the Eagle Artillery with a Siege Barracks to work on the outside. Baby Dragon clearing this top corner. Not going to clear all the way through that Arch Tower, but that's not too big of a deal. No, he does get the Arch Tower. All right, OP Baby Dragon up there, getting some big work done. That's pretty solid right there, but it looks like the King and a P.E.K.K.A. will go on the outside, and the Siege Barracks will be delayed for the time being.
Yeah, the Baby Dragon is the best utility troop in the game, man. I've been saying it for years. And that Baby Dragon is still going now, just saying. No longer. Now it's gone. But now look at this. All these troops, including the balloons, are invincible. They're going to clear out a bunch of this stuff as they push on through the base right now. And this is a nice entrance. Mind you, we have seen Simon have success with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash in the past. This seems to be one of his go-to strategies that he's comfortable with. I love this jump placement as well, leading these P.E.K.K.A.s straight into both the scatter and the town hall compartment. They have nowhere else to go, forcing them towards that town hall. on the way, taking out a defense that could be really devastating. Now you have the Hog Riders coming out of the Siege Barracks, running along the outside of the base or the eastern side of the base with that champion. There are no heal spells for those Hog Riders, which is standard. You don't typically see that. But what happened to the Pekkas? They're all dead. Eric, nothing has the Town Hall yet.
The Queen still has her ability. Still has an RC ability. The Queen will be able to take the Town Hall down, but he needs the RC to not take the blast. She needs to break to the right, but the mortar on the outside goes down before the Town Hall goes down. The Queen doesn't pop her ability on the Town Hall, and the Royal Champion takes the blast and now stands in the poison. There's the Tornado Trap, which is an anchor into that poison even longer. There's a lot of incoming damage here. This is a defense, and with the percentage advantage into Lost Meta Gaming's favor here, this is a big one because now they have the percentage advantage. They control the war. If Lost Meta Gaming triples, then they can negate the last attack here from the A team and make it irrelevant. And with this war potentially deciding who moves on to the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals, this is a really, really big deal right now with a lot of potential money on the line here. This is a big miss. This is a really, really, really big miss here. He came close, but the big test farm on the backside, the ground expo, and that Inferno will hold strong in this corner, and he'll climb it to an 87%. So now we know what Lost Meta Gaming needs to do, and if they miss, the stars will be lined up so that the A team still can take it if Lost Meta Gaming isn't able to take advantage of it. So tight on stars, but it all comes down to this, Echo.
Yeah, it all does. And like we said, this has been like a claw match. No one is hitting their stride in this war, besides the first two attackers, the first attacker from each team. I mean, it's really, still really close in percentage, fairly low on the stars for these guys. Yeah, if Lost Meta pulls into 3-star, they win the war. It's that simple. That's what they need to do. Halo Blade can get it done, right? I mean, this is Halo Blade coming in with the Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack as well. Only 4 Dragon Riders. Let's see if things go to plan. You know what's funny, Eric? The one attack that 3-star is the one that did not go to plan.
Yeah.
Right on this war. Isn't that funny, right?
It's funny because a lot of the other ones are going to plan, but just are not delivering to go all the way through. But this one seems to not be going to plan as well. As the Queen is going for a walk, she can reach that Grand Warden statue over the wall, luckily. I think the Warden, oh, maybe not the Warden, the Royal Champion might pull his Queen back into that compartment. He still can adjust here. He can make some adjustments. He can take advantage of the Queen tanking where she is, and he can still get the CC pull with the Queen, and he can get the Royal Champion to go in and just go pick up the scatter shot there. It's going to be very important that she does. He sends in a super wall breaker into the compartment, actually, because with everybody going off in weird directions, he used a wall breaker to trigger the traps around that scatter shot, making sure there's no ground skellies there that we're going to engage onto his Royal Champion and relieve some of the damage with all the giant bombs getting triggered. And the Royal Champion able to go all the way through there, get some good work done, and the King was able to come in and adjust on the opposite side and keep the Queen pushing directly through the core of the base here. She's going to find a wall to beat on, and she might be able to go over and deal with that single Inferno, but he's not going to let that single Inferno lock onto her. He's going to set the Dragon Riders in for the top side, and he's also going to save some of those outside troops there that are remaining from the King and make sure that this Queen has a really solid chance. Actually, she's going to power through the wall and get to this multi, but she's choosing the worst wall possible. She's going into the single space compartment.
He needs to... Oh, those healers are just alive still. He needs to keep those healers alive for this Queen to continue through the base, and he does. Wow. Just saved the healers. Dragon Riders are going strong. One more freeze spell is in the back pocket. It's going to be used on that scatter shot, I believe. Maybe the Inferno Tower. There it is. Scatter shot, air defense. Good play. The Queen, she's literally stuck on... She left.
No, the Queen left.
The archers
the healer stuck around the middle. What? This is wild, Echo. What's going on here?
Well, it must mean he's going to 3-star, since when things don't go to plan, a triple comes through, right? And he may be able to do this. The Dragon Riders have health. They just need to turn. They don't turn on the multi-target Inferno. They're going everywhere but where they need to go. I can't believe the healers left the Queen, although, honestly, it doesn't matter. But she's going to beat on another wall. Dragon Rider goes down. Multi-Inferno still stands, and nothing is going right here. Like, this dragon
He's got to get through multiple walls to get to this Inferno. I don't think the dragon can survive here. He's going to time fail this Echo. It's going to come down to 99%. What? Are you kidding me? The A team is still in this. 99% time fail. Everything goes wrong. A miraculous recovery, but still falls short. And they're going to hand it back to the A team. They still have a chance here. What a wild way to close out this war.
I mean, this is a wild war in general. I mean, it's typically we want to see things close. This is just in a weird way close, where nothing seems to be going right for either of the teams. Even the 3-star didn't go right for the Lost Metagaming, but it was a 3-star. So the percentage is there, and I don't think that the A team can't catch up on percentage. It's 3-star or take the loss for them. They need to pull in the 3-star, but a 3-star means a win. And that's huge, but that's also a lot of pressure. You've been in these positions, Eric, with all that pressure. How does it feel, man?
I have, and you just get your heart starts beating faster. Your palms get sweaty. You got to make sure. I don't know. Everybody reacts to it a little bit differently, but people who can respond to that pressure the best and stay calm and collected and keep their head under control here. Those are the people who are going to be able to clutch it at the end here, but generally that clutch player is generally the person who does come in. But there's a lot of pressure on that person. That's a lot right on the shoulder, a lot of money that is potentially on this last player's hands here. And this is the difference potentially between this team making it into the Mobile Challenge Finals and not. So there's $18,000 on the line here at the end of this tournament here if they can make it into first place. So that's a big chunk of change here. And they want as big as a chunk of change as they can get out of it. And those prizes drop off dramatically as you come down the rankings. And if they don't get this triple right now, the best they could do, I believe, would be like 5th or something like that, because then they would only have 3 wins under their belt instead of 4, and then their playoffs or their finals position isn't secured. So as we wait for the final attack here, this is a very, very tense moment for the A team, and Lost Metagaming knows that they no longer have control of the war here, but they're still in a strong position. It's not an easy road here for the A team.
And if it wasn't enough pressure, Eric just threw a whole bunch more on the shoulders with that speech you just made. Yeah, man, there is a lot of pressure on the line. That's why they're taking the time right now. They're going to take every single second that they can and try and figure out how to take down this base that's in front of them. But they only have a certain amount of time. So they have to be getting in there soon. But this is why you choose an anchor for the team, right? Your anchor is usually a clutch player that can deal with those stressful moments best, and that has that ability to pull in the 3-star when needed. Yeah. So they should be ready. This is their job. They're an anchor. Anchors win wars, right?
Yeah, I played anchor for a long time. It's not an easy task there. No. It's very, very stressful, and you have it like. It's the nice part about it though is everybody else has done planning, so you have the rest of your team that you can choose the optimal spotter, the person who you had most time to talk about with your plan. Usually the first person or the second person who finished their attack start working with the anchor to really understand their plan and help to give them advice while they're attacking when things potentially go wrong, so they can make the adjustments, and that person is very, very in tune with the plan and with potential backup plans, and they can actually have a much better chance of assisting there as they get ready to go into this. So this is not a solo game. This is a team game. You got to understand that their team is going to be on voice here. They're going to be working together. They understand the pressure that the last person is. They understand that they are potentially nervous, and they're going to be helping them talk their way through this and help them assist during the attack here to give them all valuable information that they can gather off of that base while he continues to work his way through. So let's call InVerum back for just a second here, and let's find out what this delay is.
Yeah, I mean, we're still just waiting on this last player. Again, a lot coming down to this final attack, because it's not too often that we have a situation where it does come down to the final attack. It maybe have an issue with player not quite being ready. So we're going to give it a minute and make sure that everything is as good to go as it can possibly be, and open up the floor for this last player to come in and triple, because that's what it comes down to. I was hanging out in Twitch chat, and it's do or die. It's make or break. It's clutch or kick. I don't have any more of those. It's 3-star or go home, essentially, at this point. And you're absolutely right, Eric. The differential in money between making it and not making it. I want to remind everybody, $18,000 first place prize. That's what's on the line. The title of ESL Mobile Challenge Champion. The trophy looks really cool. Gotta say, you guys haven't seen that yet, but it looks really cool. Look, there's a lot on the line for these players, so you have to be able to pull it out when it matters most here at the end. And this war has been an example of just, I honestly feel like how much better the base building has gotten on this, because we've seen, when the big update came through is the start of this year, it was just 3-star after 3-star after 3-star was the attacker side of meta. We constantly talked about it. And the thing that's so fun about this now is the fact that we are seeing fun, creative base building totally start to pull that back, Eric. And I think as a fan of the game, that's a lot of fun.
It is. I think a lot of people get bored if there's a excessively heavy offensive meta that makes the game just wreck in insane amounts of 3-stars. But I mean, yeah. All right.
I have an idea. Why don't we do this? While we're waiting for this attack, why don't we go in and check out that first attack that didn't go to plan, but still was able to pull in the 3-star? Because I'd like to take a look at it and kind of try and break down. JD9 clearly was trying to have his queen go up to the northern side of the base. He had that balloon in there on the mortar, but there was a hair of health left on the mortar, which at the end of the day was able to pull the queen back down. This is why people put the mortars along the outside of the base. Even players as good as JD9 can make small mistakes. He's going to try and drop an archer on top, but one shot was not enough, and essentially the queen did go down towards the bottom of the base, and the plan is completely broken. At this point in time, JD9 needs to rethink the entire plan, the entire attack. So rather than going up into that large top compartment, he's gonna have to go around and into the scatter compartment. Now, the Eagle Artillery is still standing. The champion is still there with the Eagle Artillery, and the queen is gonna have a little bit of a hard time accessing that. There is no access point at this point in time. So he's gonna feel that the only way to get it done, and Eric spoke on this, is to dive in with the king, which is gonna happen in a little bit. But first, the queen needs to deal with this scatter shot. She's taken a lot of fire. Good thing is he has a bunch of rage spells. I wish he would have used one a little earlier, because he uses it there and she auto pops her ability, unfortunately, so he wasn't able to conserve that. But now the queen is fairly safe in this compartment to deal with the lava hound, and JD9 right now is thinking, how am I going to get the eagle? Bam, that's the only option. The yak is going to pop the king right through that wall. There's some Tesla that are there. He's going to have to deal with some skellies as well, but it's enough to take down that eagle compartment. So the plan has changed, but a new objective has been found and is being executed. It's being done. It's working right now. Queen's gonna keep on working her way around the base, and now he's sending in those Dragon Riders from the eastern side, and all they have to do is path from down in the east up to the north, and that's the rest of the base, because he did a really nice job with the king and with that queen charge, even though it didn't go to plan. So Eric was worried about the Dragon Riders going through the town hall. They did take some extra damage, and they took some damage, but they still had enough left in the tank to push through the back of this attack, of this base, which was insane. The Stone Slammer didn't even get much value, yet the Yeti come out of it. They punch around the queen a little bit. They take down the scatter shot as well. Those Yeti were clutch. This may have been a better plan than the plan he had in the first place. And you know what? I'll say it was a better plan, because we know this one pulled in the 3-star. We don't know what would have happened if the original plan stayed intact. Notice the queen, she's still up until the end of the attack. That was... I'm glad I got to look at that one again, because I just wanted to see how he put it together on the fly, and honestly, that was impressive.
Yeah, definitely. That was really, really impressive. The way that he quickly readapted and was able to deal with the enemy queen, very, very, very clutch there. The Yetis have a little bit more versatility than a full goblin blimp if he has to go and reallocate the blimp or the stone slammer to be able to not go for the town hall specifically. And there's definitely a difference that we have to always worry about there. But I mean, InVerum, you got some news for us?
I do. We're still here, which means that the attack didn't happen, and at this time, the war timer has ran out.
What?
Which is
okay.
Which is the end which is the end. I think here for the A team. Unfortunately, Lost Metagaming will take the win.
Wow.
Again, hard fought war. There was a chance, a slim one, but there was a chance. So the final star result will be 11-9. Not the finish you want to have, especially after this season, going from ESL Mobile Open to Challenge here on week number 4. Not where you want to be. Unfortunate there. But if you're a fan of LMG, yeah, Echo.
That's the fear that Lost Metagaming throws into the opponents.
There it is.
Completely. Maybe Eric a little bit too. Put a little bit of scare into him as well. But hey, it's another first here for the ESL Mobile Challenge, right?
Yeah, that's.
I don't know.
that's
It
crazy.
is, but
Maybe I don't know.
not ideal.
Mean, it's definitely not ideal, especially if that much prize money was on the line there, and that is effectively forfeited if a player doesn't show up. That's a big. That's wild. That's a expensive no-show right there.
It is, and again, there are a lot of things going on. We don't know all the details, so we'll just leave it at this for now. But things I don't want to leave are you all at home potentially winning some prizes, or a prize specifically, this amazing box. Thank you so much, Supercell, sending us this to give away to the community. Look at those socks. They look so fuzzy. And of course, a great collection of pins, some other fantastic stuff in there. So ! Clash giveaway. Go get familiar, go get acquainted with that Gleam site, because one more time tonight, hint, it's going to be at the end of the show, so stick around. We're going to give you a code that you can put in to enter the giveaway to win this fantastic box. We already did it once. If you missed it, I don't know what to tell you. You have one more shot at the end of the show. We have, I believe, one more war in store for all of you that help us determine who this top 4 is going to be, which means we need to head to a short break, get these next teams set up and ready. We'll be back with more Clash of Clans. Okay. Hey, Michael, thanks so much for taking the time to sit down and talk with me. You guys are looking in a pretty good spot so far coming into this week. Had some ups and downs over the course of the last few weeks, but overall, I think you guys have looked really, really solid. Talk to me a little bit about how you feel the league has gone so far and your thoughts going into these last 2 games.
For the most part, we really couldn't be happier with how things have turned out. We've gotten wins against, what we view as some of the absolute highest competitors in North America in Volume 0 and Space Station, etc. And now we can go ahead and close out the week with, I think we're playing Coruscant and Omni, and we're hoping to close out strong there and end up, hopefully in the top 4. I think we can get it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because that's what's coming up next. Finals, I think you guys, I don't sure how the tiebreakers would all work out. It's either 1 or 2 wins to guarantee those finals there. But talk to us a little bit about what it would mean for your squad to make it all the way here to the end after weeks and months of competition.
It's what we go into every competition looking for. We're trying to get into that finals. 1 is the prize, and that's always great. But 2, it's more the bragging rights of winning out and getting first star in our region.
Absolutely. And, the region has only continued to get better and better and better. We saw a perfect war last week. Crazy stuff overall. The level of competition, again, I still feel like is rising. But at the same time, we've also seen some wars that are way lower scoring. I've been asking a few different players this. Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's so much variance between teams' ability to triple?
I think it comes down to, 1, the last update definitely made it more difficult to triple. Just by nature of the game, it balanced out a little bit, which I think was a good thing. But I think the reason why you're seeing some variance in it is because, 1, it made it harder, and then 2, you have some teams that are not preparing, or some teams that are preparing a lot more than others, and it's making the difference between the 2 teams a lot more noticeable.
Really comes down to the prep, putting in the work, doing the scouting, trying to build those bases in such a way that you maybe catch your opponents unawares. There's definitely a lot more that goes on behind the scenes. Obviously, us, the spectators and fans, we get to see the final culmination of that as the attacks go live. But really, there's so much that goes on that the audience might not necessarily see.
Oh yeah, there's a lot behind the scenes that people don't get to see outside of the 50-minute war or the 45-minute war that you're actually watching. And there's, hours of prep with guys, whether it's making bases or testing them or getting ready for different kinds of attacks that work on a certain team a specific way. It's a lot more than it looks.
I think it's always great to sort of profile and highlight that and help, maybe, pull back the curtain a little bit as to why we might see so much crazy variation between these few wars. But in any case, I'm hoping for some crazy wars this week. I'm hoping for some exciting matches. So best of luck in yours.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm InVerum. That's Echo. Gosh.
Hey,
Eric. Okay.
What's up?
Still there. Still. It's this part. It's this part that keeps getting me in Echo's hair. Can we talk about Echo's hair from? Oh my goodness. All right.
Seriously considering growing it after Halloween. I'm getting so many compliments on this.
It does look pretty good. It's like if Dr. Disrespect was a lumberjack. I'm just throwing it out there. Anyway, we got to take a look. We had a chance to break down one attack from that last one, but we got to see another because there were a decent amount of triples. So what did we end up going with here? What attack do we have to break down?
We went with the second attack of the entire war. Second to 3-star, and it was from Sir Longsword, and it was the Inferno Dragon Rider attack, which I particularly enjoy, both personally, and I enjoyed this one as well. So we came in with the King and the Queen into this bottommost compartment where he could pop out one of those air defenses, he could take out that Eagle Artillery, he even sends in that Headhunter to slow down the defending King and to assist in the takedown there, plus preserve his King at the same time. Now, I believe the Queen, nope, I believed wrong. She actually stays in the compartment, which is what she was intended to do, and she's going to be able to hop on over, help out the Yak, and then take down essentially the Wizard Tower and the Eagle Artillery, which was that end game. Now we have all of the guts of the attack. The Dragon Riders, the Inferno Dragons, the Balloons, the Blimp, all storming right towards that town hall. Now the base does open up and get a bit wider as it moves towards the back, but you have some troops going up top, some going down below. The split is pretty darn good. Now that was the weird movement that I saw when those balloons popped out of the blimp. They shifted in one direction. I think it was fighting that sweeper. I initially thought there was a tornado trap down there, but really it is down by the defending champion, right where we just saw that freeze spell dropped. Now the skeleton spells, beautifully done, dropped right there to distract the champion, which makes our champion go for a little bit of run there and chase her down, stuck in that tornado trap I just mentioned. Our queen, the attacking queen I should say, is about to go down as well from the multi-inferno, never quite get through the wall, but the inferno dragons are clutch and they get it done, taking down the tail end of this attack. Look at this, Scatter, no match for a solo inferno dragon. With time, if you give an inferno dragon time, you will perish. I think I said that properly. Did it sound good?
It did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
Very, very epic. Suitably epic.
Nice.
Amazing.
Look, this was just one of these. In fact, we've seen a ton of different diversity of attacks tonight. We've seen a lot of really great strats. We even saw some clutch 3 stars. Of course, that last war, and of course, a player who's consistently known for pulling in some stellar plays. The one and only Fence Post joining us here on the show. Yes, don't make that face. You are consistently excellent, sir. How are you doing? Congratulations on your win.
Ooh, it's been a night. It's been a night.
It has
Just to say the least.
some yeah, I mean, some crazy timings, some ups and downs, some back and forth, but you know, with this, you guys are looking really, really good with things overall. Talk to us a little bit about the thought process going to that last war. Were you guys sweating a little bit there at the end?
So yeah, we were sweating a little bit. It was pretty much we had to win to get in, and it may not look like that on the leaderboard, but it was win or go home for both teams for that last war. So it was definitely a tug at the emotions the last bit.
Yeah, a bit stressful at the end, especially when you know it's out of your hands. It comes down to the other team having to perform or not, and you just sit back and all you can do is watch and sort of being a passive spectator in that moment. But in the end, you guys were able to clutch out the victory. It was win or go home, and you guys have been able to win and advance now, which is obviously fantastic. Talk to us a little bit about, you know, what it would mean to your team, or what it means to your team to make it to the challenge finals.
Well, it means a lot. I mean, we got to the finals last season, trying to get back there again. We're going to see where we land for these last bracket is, because I think 3 teams are tied for the top spot now. And who knows how that's going to go down. So we'll find out how these last wars go and prep for the team we face.
I mean, at this point, you just get to sit back, watch, and enjoy the show, because no matter what, we are going to be in for an absolute banger of a finals. All of the teams who've made it this far, in fact, all the teams made it to the challenge, are absolutely top tier. Do you have any shout outs before we say goodbye?
Shout out to Stay, doing all the work on a ton of work on bases as well as Halo. I mean, there's too many people to shout out in the past month we've been playing.
I mean, I think that says a lot. Again, it takes a village. Puns, Clash of Clans. Anyway, it takes a lot of folks involved in this to really get this done. So anyway, I'll congratulate you again on the win. Go celebrate with your team. All right, let's get him back in here. Thank you. I do appreciate that. It was very intentional. I was talking about before. We had a lot of different strategies that we've seen over the last little while, so we like to take a look at them. Eric, we'd like to take a look at exactly how these different strats are doing week over week in Zap Lalo. That's looking pretty nice here in the top 6.
Yeah, Zap Lalo at a nice 69% there. Number 1 hit rate out of the top 6 most used attacks here. From top to bottom here, they are in order of the most used attacks across the ESL Mobile Challenge season. And Hybrid holding 36% hit rate, the lowest hit rate, but the most used attack in the entire league. So kind of crazy to see that there, but Lalo attacks in general are just doing really, really well, holding the highest hit rates, and that is not too big of a surprise here. Honestly, Lalo attacks are absolutely insane. So, I don't think there's much surprise here. Oh, wait. I was looking at the Dragon Riders as 36%. Oh, it shifted a little bit there. I see they shifted. That's interesting. What do you think about that, Neko?
I actually love this. I love that you guys here at ESL are updating this live, because this was different from the beginning of the show. The hybrid was #1, and now it's sitting at #2 because the Queen Charge Dragon Rider has been used so much more. Also, Super Witch Smash was #6, now it's #5, and the percentages have gone up. Percentages have gone down on the P.E.K.K.A. Smash, up on the Queen's Charge Hybrid. But as you mentioned, Eric, Lalos are just crushing it right now. They are the way to go. So, what are we going into next? We have a schedule here. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
And it looks like we have Omnipotence InVerum versus Happy Endings, two teams we have not yet seen tonight.
Okay, so Omnipotence. They're coming into this not in a position to make it to the finals, but they are in a position to pick up their first win here in the ESL Mobile Challenge, or I should say their second win now, because they technically did win against Coastal Clash tonight. So their first win on broadcast, their first, a big deal here for them. And then Happy Endings, of course, they've got 2 matches tonight. They play the last one off stream. But again, another situation, one of these teams who came in amongst a myriad of being tied. Happy Endings needs to get 2 wins here tonight as well, I believe, in order to advance forward, at least one. So it starts here up against Omnipotence. Happy Endings, I would say the favorites coming into this, but they need to play how we know they can. And if you're Omnipotence, if you're a fan of Omnipotence, this is the chance. Step up. You made it here to the ESL Mobile Challenge, and I understand you're playing up against some seriously stiff competition, but this is a great opportunity to get your name out there as a player, pull off a sick triple. Echo, that's what I want to see.
You know what I like, man? I like that Omnipotence has no shot of making the finals yet. They're still here. They're going to play their game, and they're going to play it the best. A lot of respect for that. And, yeah, so I'm excited, and I would love to see them put up a good fight, even maybe pull in a win right here. It's just great for us, for the audience, to be able to enjoy this type of a war where you have a team that doesn't have much on the line besides to go out and have some fun, play Clash of Clans, get streamed out there to the internet. And I just have a lot of respect for that. So much love to Omnipotence right there. But we have Joey from Omnipotence right now coming in with a Hydra attack with the triple clone. So where is this? I mean, this triple clone is going to be used over the Town Hall compartment, but to me, that seems like a big investment for the Town Hall compartment that only has the Town Hall air defense and a single Inferno. But maybe he's going to go somewhere else with it. We have to see. And Eric probably disagrees with me. I mean, he was the pro player.
I mean, as long as he gets the Queen, King, and Royal Champion down, the investment of the clones here can get us more or less there. He can actually like reach out with the clones there into different directions, and we'll see what he does with it exactly, and what kind of value he gets out of it. The blimp is crossing all the way through. It will land on top of that single Inferno. There comes the clones, and they will take the Town Hall down and split in lots of different directions here. It actually goes in tons of different directions. Another clone comes down up top by the scatter shot, and that's going to give a lot of protection for that area, but the enemy Royal Champion does stay standing in the middle of the base, and the dragons need to deal with her. She's going to be picking stuff out there. She's a major threat, and if she doesn't go down, that could cause problems on the backside. But the base is very, very thinned out here. As long as that enemy Royal Champion goes down, the Royal Champion could honestly finish off the rest pretty much on her own, and she might have to do a lot of the work there as this Queen wraps around, and she's actually hanging on well. So this is actually looking really good here, Nico. And
this is looking really good.
You mentioned that they can't win, but you know that all the other teams that are sitting at very similar records to Happy Endings are really, really hoping that there's not another team in contention for the finals. And with this one going through, you know that the other teams there that potentially will be fighting for those top 4 spots are really, really going to be cheering on Omnipotence to knock one of the teams out of the runnings here. So Happy Endings definitely still has a lot of fight in them. And we'll see what they can do here in response to Omnipotence, who comes out swinging.
Omnipotence may have more fans tonight than they've ever had before, which is kind of cool when you think about it that way. Everyone except for Happy Endings is rooting for them in their corner right now, and what a way to start it out. A beautiful 3-star, and I was wrong about the triple clone, and it's all about the placements. Plus, he used 2 in the core or by the Town Hall, and then he saved 1 for up top, which was supposed to get the scatter, didn't quite get there, which is okay. It all worked out in the end. The power of heroes is pretty crazy. You had the Queen and you had the champion with ability. They were able to really clean up the rest of that base. Impressive attack from Joey, I believe that was. And yeah, we got to see how Happy Endings is responding. Now, going into this, I'm looking at the scoreboard. 3-2 Happy Endings is sitting at 3 wins, 2 losses. Omnipotence has 5 losses. So, I mean, you would think Happy Endings should be able to pull in the win here, but stranger things have happened. It has been a spooky night. So we'll see what's going to happen with this very spooky in many different ways. And we have Mayhem coming in with the Super Bowler Smash with the Grand Warden from up top doing well, what the Grand Warden does on these attacks. He's picking out a few defenses along the way, setting this funnel, and going to allow for the Super Bowl Smash. Now, I'm looking at this base and the open wall compartments, Eric. That's inviting troops in there. Is it safe to say that he's going to try and go in from another direction, or is he going to try and go in from that opening?
He's clearly going to go in that opening. Just needs to be careful of potential black mines and the healers here, so be cautious. But I like the log launcher being deployed outside of the range of all the defenses. The king passes it up, and the log launcher actually destroying a lot of those lighter HP buildings there along that edge of the base with the witches deployed and the king. They all work together there. That forms the funnel, and now the super bowlers are going directly into the core of the base. Super bowlers can pass through the town hall a lot better than a P.E.K.K.A. Smash because of their range. They tend to sit back a little bit there, and they will avoid the poison, and their range will often shoot them off to the right or left after they take the town hall down. And if they can avoid that town hall poison, he can get some really, really good value out of these super bowlers, and they can just nuke out the core. If they nuke out the core, you get rid of all the enemy heroes, then he can get the road champion to sweep through, and she starts now in from the top side, and we'll see what kind of value she can get up there with these super bowlers. Continue to tank in the middle base there. The healers are inside of the range there, and they're locked onto these super bowlers and switching back and forth between the warden and the king, or queen, I mean. And there's still a pretty good chance that he pulls this through. There's this last hero abilities used there as the queen goes to ability, and some of the damage is relieved off of her. Now, does she survive, and does she start to get caught back off? But time is also going to be a major factor here, as this queen is also going to it's not going to happen. No. Echo, he just got a little bit too little to survive at the back end of the town hall compartment, and the healers survived. I'm surprised that so much died there with the healers actually surviving to the end like this.
I think the Super Bowls, I mean, you were talking about the range that they had. I think they dove in front of the heroes, and the healers stuck back with the heroes, because just as you were saying how the bowlers were looking strong going through the middle, they started to die off, and the healers were on top of those heroes instead. Yet I think there was a sweeper. The sweeper continuously blew back those healers and probably had them latching onto the wrong troops, and essentially allowed for all those Super Bowls to die. And look at this, a 73% 2-star. Not what we're used to seeing out of Mayhem from Happy Endings. And I mean, this is an opportunity. This is a huge start for Omnipotence, coming in with a 3-star and being, followed up with a 2-star, 73%. So Omnipotence in control. Something we may not have said that much this season, but we're saying it now. And we're gonna see how they do with maintaining this hefty lead. It's a 27% lead right now. Yeah, that's big. It's only one attack, so I'm exaggerating again.
Yeah. I mean, it leads the lead here, and we'll see if they can maintain it. We got Electro Dragons coming in. They love their air attacks here. They love the dragons. They love their E-Drags, and we'll see if the E-Drags are the right choice for this base. Looking at the base here, I see proper chain pathing to the air defenses that are on the entry side of the base here. If the hero's going after that air defense down on the bottom left, then he's going to be in actually, looks like the king comes in up top. It just seemed that he put the king up there. I'm curious why he did that, because the CC is on that edge of the base there, and the king might pull the CC, so he needs to be careful about that. The queen joins with the king. The king actually enters the base, so if there's a lava hand on defense, it could be a little bit of a potential issue. We'll see if it ultimately ends up being, but the E-Drags are looking like they're pushing strong into the middle of the base here, and there is a lava hound on defense. This is a bit of a problem here for Egg, as he dangerously put his heroes on the CC side of the base there, and it pulls, but we'll see if he has enough punch to pull through it. This blimp seeking into this town hall.
There's a lot left in this attack. The blimp is gonna hit a tornado trap, or actually the troops inside, the balloons inside, and the dragon are hitting the dragon's gonna help clear up all those pups as well, which is gonna be quite helpful. And the queen right there, but one shot from those E-Drags, and that queen should go down. Nice. Boom. She's down. Scatter shot in the backside. Multi-Inferno, not too scary. One E-Drag, a bunch of traps protecting it though. I see potential on the tail side of this. The Queen still has her ability as well, Eric. And there's a minute and a half. I think he's got this one. I think this is going to go through.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right here. There's so much time left here. Like the Queen, literally by herself, could clear out the rest of the base on her own, and she can power through walls here. She can take her time. She has her ability. She has the unicorn, and there's no damage concentration anywhere on the space here. There's gonna be enough to slow her down. These E-Drags definitely had to slow down a little bit there in the middle of the base there where they fought off that Lava Hound, but they keep on charging through, and with the Queen ability, he can power through this next wall, and he can reach the Archer Tower over the wall here. So honestly, just pop out at this point. I don't know what he's waiting for. The Unicorn is going to die as a result, and the E-Drag will ultimately survive in there and get that Inferno down before the Queen even engages onto it. Now she can pop her ability into that air defense there. With the swag poison there.
What a nice final kill.
Wait,
is there something else?
What?
There's more.
Zoom out. What's left?
Oh my God.
Oh no! Pop your Queen, get through the wall. What are you doing? Wait.
Oh, she's got to get through 2 walls, Eric.
Just pop it. The archers will spawn and get her through faster.
Yeah, what? I don't know that Egg knew what was going. I feel like Egg got confused. He can get this. He can get there. Run over there, Queen. Oh, don't run into any bombs. He needs those archers. Wow.
All right, he's got it. It's a triple. A little bit of a scary moment. I was not watching the percentage. I assume those were the last buildings, but a couple hiding. He's able to get over there, take him down. Another triple for Omnipotence, and a potential 2-star lead here. They can get a defense. So huge start for our underdog in this match.
Yeah, we got Eric over here yelling at ESL staff, zoom out. I was the same as you. I had no idea. Was not looking at percentage. That nips us once in a while. But wow, look at this. Perfect war so far. 2 beautiful attacks out of Omnipotence. And honestly, a little stumble out of the gate for happy endings. So for everyone that made predictions, I feel like a lot of people predicted happy endings on this one. It's still early, but Omnipotence is putting in that showing that we were hoping to see from them. So this is honestly, it's a pretty awesome start. So let's see if happy endings can get their stuff in gear and pull on a 3-star as well, so don't get to be too far behind. You know, percentage behind, star behind, and it's coming in with the Hydra 2 clone spells on this one. We have Tingy on this attack, and check out how this is all lined up. You have Eagle Artillery on the east, Scattershot, Town Hall in a straight line through the base, and he's choosing to go with the Hydra to attack this one. Interesting. I haven't seen that lineup quite like that before.
Yeah, and one way or another, the CC is over by the Town Hall. The heroes will need to go into the Eagle Artillery compartment, and probably as expected, the Tesla farm is around the Eagle Artillery, seeing as that is the primary compartment that he would want to be going into to not face a sweeper with the dragons. Sweepers are facing the Town Hall and facing the Eagle Artillery, so the dragons have a nice line of approach here to avoid the sweeper ranges and come in from that top compartment while the heroes go in and deal with the Eagle Artillery and not pull the CC. We saw how a Hound could potentially cause some problems. This one, we see a couple of Headhunters come out of the CC, which means there is a Lava Hound inside. The double clone comes down and pushes him around the Town Hall. There's the Tornado Trap. Clears a handful of buildings in this Town Hall apartment, but didn't get the Inferno, didn't get the Sweeper, didn't get the air defense, and we'll see if that's enough there. Mainly, we're looking at the enemy heroes on the backside of the attack here at these dragon attacks at this point, and we need to see that King get out of the way there, because the King is the obstacle for the Royal Champion. There's a lot of dragons in that area, Echo, and if that King goes down to the dragons, he is home free to close it out here with the Royal Champion.
The Multi-Inferno is beginning to melt this entire bunch, but he uses the freeze spell. That was clutch. He has one more freeze, which he's oh, they're gonna get stuck on this Lava Hound though as well. He's investing the other freeze. He has the Queen's ability, the Champion's ability. He's got this base. He doesn't even need anything else.
No, he engaged the Hound after the dragons locked onto the King. the king out of the way will make so the road champion easily sweeps under there. She does not run into that roadblock, and she will get out of there with full HP after popping her ability. The queen got topped off all the way as well. It's absolutely crushed here, and Happy Endings is going to stay right on the tails here of Omnipotence and try to make a comeback in this war. Only one miss there, and it's a lower percentage miss, but it's nothing that they can't overcome to make a comeback in this war and keep it close, and they are keeping it close right now. We're still just 27% and a star split here, so it's still anybody's game. There's still so much more to play, and Happy Endings desperately wants this win to be able to make it into the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, again, so many of these wars mean so much, and this means so much to Happy Endings right now. And check it out. Look at this base now. Inferno Towers in a straight line with the Town Hall and the Eagle Artillery. It's the last one was the Scatters. This one's the Inferno Towers. The last one, though, got crushed. This one right now is getting hit by Phoenix out of Omnipotence with the Super Witch Smash. We've seen this attack strategy used more often tonight, as well as the percentage of success go up. So let's see if it's going to climb a little bit further into the skies. Well, that sounds silly. Just let's see if it's going to get an even better percentage as this attack goes on. Will Phoenix be able to pull in a 3-star with the more and more popular Super Witch Smash, starting out with that Grand Warden? He's going to try and take down that Town Hall, I believe, with this Warden. He's going to want to drop a Rage on top.
Well, he can use the Rage, but he doesn't really need to, honestly. He can use the Quake, and he can use the Lightning to be able to damage up that Town Hall. He still will have the Rage here by the looks of it. He's just go ahead and commit to it. But he is able to damage the Town Hall up quickly and take out that troublesome single Inferno that's right behind it. And with one more Rage to go, he's going to need to use it as he fights off the enemy CC potentially, but the pathing looks really, really solid, and one jump can give access to most everything on the backside of the space here. I kind of like the Sentry Echo. We'll see if it pays out for him, but he kind of wants to avoid the Super Witches going into that Eagle Artillery compartment because he can reach most of the threats in that compartment without entering that compartment, and he wants to be able to push to the backside to go deal with that enemy road champion on the far back end of the base. So we'll see how he places the jump, and exactly as expected, don't go into the Eagle compartment, just reach into it and then march your way through the middle.
I kind of love this entrance, to be honest with you, Eric. I think it's going really well. Now he's going to have the Super Witches and the Queen. They're going to help out with that Lava Hound, clean up the pups. One Super Witch, one big boy is going for that multi-target Inferno, stuck in the Tornado Trap. I love that one big boy targeted it. But right now, they broke in. They did break in. So they did not go in the direction that... How did that happen?
They were all chasing the Hound and the pups. The pups attacked them and then ran off following the king, and every single one of these Super Witches attacked the wall and chased the pups from the Hound and all run off in the wrong direction. Now this Multi-Inferno is ripping through them. They have a lot of HP though. They can survive for quite a while, but he needs something to go in there and get that Multi-Inferno down because the healers are gonna start to get targeted soon, and the Super Witches are starting to die out a little bit. Now, this enemy road champion on the backside is going to be a major threat. He's got the freezes. He can lock down that enemy road champion, so his road champion doesn't get pinged away here. She still has her ability. He'll start to freeze up the scatter shot. Pops his RC ability. That takes out... No, it didn't get the Archer on the outside, so the damage will sustain. He'll freeze up the enemy road champion. The Witches break the wall right at the opportune time. The Queen steps in to assist, pops her ability as well, and the healers are keeping everything up, but he's out of time, Echo. It's time failed one way or another, and I think he has enough left to go finish it off here, but he's just not going to have that opportunity. 89%, still a higher percentage than Happy Endings, but we'll have to see if Happy Endings can get in here and triple, and they can maybe get the star side up.
Did you see that sweeper continuously protecting the healers, pushing them out of range of the multi-target Inferno? That would have died earlier if that sweeper were not there targeting in that direction. But right now, the first, I guess we can call it, stumble out of Omnipotence, 2-star, 89%, still higher than the 2-star Happy Endings put forward. So even if Happy Endings 3 stars here will be tied up on stars, but Omnipotence will still hold the lead based on percentage. And what strategy is Michael Snipes coming in with? Only the strongest in the game right now. Well, actually, Zap Lalo is the strongest. This is a Sui Lalo right here, but a Lalo at that. 4 freeze spells. I was gonna say 5 invisibility, so we have a blizzard coming in. As I was I was getting there, Eric. I was getting to the invisibility spells. You jumped the gun on me. But let's see how this Blizzard actually works. It's always fun to see it come on in. He's investing one of his hounds to kind of clear the way.
Ooh,
oh, I love that.
Ooh.
Check that fancy stuff up. Okay, so he's going with the Blizzard right into that compartment, going to keep all those wizards safe and contained so we can continuously drop the invisibility spells. Oh, did he miss? Did the wizards run up top and he? Oh no, they're still there. They're still good. Cool. All right. I thought he lost them, but no, he is good.
Yeah, that was a really, really clever thing you did there. He waited for the hound to initially get there. Then he made the hound invisible with the air defense. So the hound traveled forward, cleared all the black mines that were stopping that potential entry beyond, and he's able to get the blimp onto his target. I don't think it would have made it. I think the hound would have stayed where it's at. The black mines didn't trigger until the hound surged forward after the invisibility was down, and that really made that blimp get to his target there. That was really clever what Michael Snipes just did. I want to make sure that we definitely emphasize that was absolutely brilliant. So now he pushes his way into the town hall, and with the CC already dealt with, he's not going to have the CC to contend with. And honestly, the Aurora champion go and pick up that expo if he wanted to, but he could use, oh, there we go. That's what I figured. I figured he'd go in there with that, and he does, and that will actually have all the heroes continue to work together all the way to the court. They're actually avoiding the Town Hall poison on top of that. They take the single throw down, and they're looking really solid here, because those heroes are going to go for days here and connect with this Lalo.
Yeah, I agree, and they're going to be able to get any support that's being dropped for that Lalo. Now, the Eagle Artillery stands, a scatter shot stands. No air defenses on the back end of the base. The final air defense is just goes down right there. The champion is taking down the bow. Will it get it? One more shot. No, the bow stands and is getting healed up. So right now, freeze spell on the Eagle. Lava Hound still stands. There's a lot of Lalo left here, but we've seen it crumble in the past quickly. I'm feeling fairly confident in this one going through though here, Eric. Queen, she's going to get chopped up by the defending king. Will these balloons be able to stand through the wizard tower? A bunch go down. And this other patch of balloons, there's a Tesla beyond as well. The Grand Warden is there. He can take out a lot. And I think we're good. I think this is going to be a 3-star, and this is going to tie the war up on stars, although Omnipotence will still maintain a small percentage advantage because of the lower percentage 2-star that Happy Endings had to start out this war. But Michael Snipes pulling it in, making the reins be a little bit tighter here as we go into the middle of this war. Finally back and tied up on stars. Nice attack.
Yeah, definitely. That was a little bit close at the end, and those heroes. Actually, one of the most critical point of that attack there was the Queen taking that last round of Eagle strikes there rather than the Blues getting targeted. So that Queen, even though she was only picking off things that only target the ground, she absorbed an Eagle artillery strike, which came in absolutely clutch. I mean, we got InVerum standing by. InVerum, let's bring you back here. Let's get your opinion on the midpoint of the war here. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. We have witnessed some really stellar wars so far tonight. I think that last 3-star was absolutely critical, and I have to say, Omnipotence showing up. Yes, please. Happy Endings. They've got a lot of great players. Michael Snipes, I could watch that guy attack all day. Absolutely incredible. Constantly bringing out amazing strats. You highlighted it there, Eric. Some really creative, applications of some different spells. Lots of stuff that I want to see, especially at this level of play. But Omnipotence is still up there, ready to go in the lead. Let's see if they can pull out another triple here. It comes down to Chief. See if they can extend this lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is not looking like the Omnipotence that people were expecting, that the stats are showing. This is looking like a different team right now. Let's see if they can keep it up. They have a Blizzard Hydra attack coming in right here. The Blizzard is gonna snipe out the Town Hall, and I think that may be. Oh, they're still working a little bit, working on the King. Not that the King matters that much in this point, but yeah, nice. They got it done.
Champion gets stopped by him.
Yeah, good point.
The king is always a nice thing to get down here, because we've seen how even a single hero standing on the backside can stop the Royal Champion and stop her in her tracks. And I emphasize that a lot because it is very, very important. One of the things that these players take into great consideration when they go into these attacks here. So there's the ward ability to protect the dragons and the dragon runners on the entry for this Hydra. He gets a full CC pull there as looks like rocket balloons and super minions pop out of there. Quickly gets the poison onto the super minions and deals with that. And he's got a strong push here. He just needs to continue to drive through the middle base here, take out all the things that the queen can't reach on the inside. Starts in the Royal Champion. He'll be ending onto this enemy Royal Champion, but the Royal Champion will pick off that air defense and help the dragons stay together as a pack here. But look how strong this pack is, continuing to push up the middle, and the heroes keeping them very, very centered on this base here. And look at this baby dragon. Look at this clutch baby dragon. Drop it in the backside and gonna go finish off the last shots on that scatter shot and push everything into the back of the base here together with the king leading the way there on the ground with his ability to take out the Royal Champion. Brilliant stuff here. And Omnipotence showing up today. This looks like a triple to me, Echo. This looks absolutely crushed.
Yeah, about 10 seconds ago, we had 3 hero abilities still intact. The king smashed his to take down the champion. The champion smashed hers to try and clear out some defenses. And the queen is still holding it for the swag at the end of this attack. This is a gorgeous attack by Chief out of Omnipotence. It looks like they're really looking to pull in a win here today. And I love watching every second of it. That's another 3-star, the third 3-star out of Omnipotence, really taking control here, because again, a 3-star by Happy Endings ties on stars, but they're still down in percentage. So really the reins are in the hands of Omnipotence. If they can pull in one more 3-star, they win this war. If they pull in a 2-star and it's a high enough percentage, they could still do okay. So Happy Endings really needs to pull in a 3-star of their own right now on the back of this Queen Charge Lalo from Shadow. 4 super wall breakers. Eric tells me that either we're having 2 entries into the base or we're going deep in there with the Queen Charge. Let's see which one, what he decides to do. I do notice that there's a lot of centralized stuff in the core. This is one of those anti 2-star designs. So I'm assuming that Shadow is planning on going deep in with the Queen. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna need to get the CC pull here and clear the funnel for the queen on one side. The CC is gonna get drawn over to the queen there. Looks like a triple ice golem. The funnel is solid, clearing out that big section of the base there, taking out an inferno. The queen is gonna need to charge right through that bomb tower down under the scatter shot and then surge all the way into the queen. So these extra wall breakers are gonna start to come down to set up for the king to be able to go in and form the funnel for the queen and push her into the middle of the base. There's a lot of incoming damage in the middle. We have 4 ground expos. If this doesn't have the queen take the town hall down, there is no other possible way he's gonna get it down. The Lalo is not heavy enough. There's a lot of multi-infernos across the top of the base. The queen absolutely has to take this town hall down, and he's going all in on this queen charge here, Echo, pushing the queen in with the Royal Champion joining with the king to go trim out some of the internal buildings there as the king provides the tanking on the outside, and the queen with the wall break is pushing in. Here comes the next wall break. This one's absolutely critical, but he's got the tanking everywhere needed, and he gets the wall open and he's clear for entry into the town hall compartment. It's going absolutely superb, and this is where he wants to be right now.
This is surgical. He's literally picking apart this base piece by piece. Look at how he's breaking through. Utilization of heroes was legit perfection right there. Champion takes down the Eagle Artillery and then is going to work on some other defenses along. Queen's ability is still intact. I mean, the Lalo is just cleaning up the last 45% of the base. Queen's ability is still there, ready to use. 2 freeze spells in the back pocket as well. Grand Warden's ability literally made every balloon invincible, then using the freeze spell so they can go through on the back side. Oh, the Queen's ability is popped there. Will she stand?
Ooh.
Oh, she goes down a little bit early. Oh, no. Oh, no, and then the invisibility spell. Was not. Oh my goodness, this has been so perfect so far. It would be I don't know, there's not much left. There's not much left in the base.
Look at the Clutch Warden taking the scatter shot, and he holds its attention and keeps the balloon safe. They surge their way in, and the Warden can take the last shots at the Wizard Tower.
Wow.
A lot of these balloons potentially going to drop there, but they barely survive as well. Look at their HP bars. A couple of red bombs will take out the entire pack here, but he's got plenty of time, and he's got the triple. Happy Endings is still in this, and Omnipotence will still control the ward. They have the percentage advantage, but now if they don't triple, Happy Endings can take it at the end. This is a crazy, crazy close war now, and it's exciting for the finish here. I'm pumped with this one, Echo. This is going really, really phenomenal for both of the teams here. This is looking like a potential 14 stars for one of these guys.
Who would have gone into this night saying that this may have been one of the best and most exciting wars of the night, right? This is probably the one that you would have said was going to be the least exciting. But wow, this one is really a nail biter. And the Omnipotence, if they want this win, they just got to triple right here, and they could pull it in. They've got enough of them already. What's one more at this point, right, Eric?
Yeah. I mean, if they triple, they win. That's as clear as day as that. And you know that a lot of those other teams that are sitting at a very similar record to Happy Endings are going to be cheering for Omnipotence like crazy on this attack here. Smokey Bear coming in, and this attack right here could cause a big mix-up in the overall rankings and determine who has the chances to make it into the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. So here we go. Smokey Bear with a lot of people's season riding on his shoulder, and we'll see what he can do here as he comes in with a Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack. He's got a log launcher that he can use to push the Queen through that compartment and into the Town Hall compartment and deliver some additional support, and he's already got the wall break and the funnel for the King to go into this Eagle Artillery compartment, but he needs to make sure that he gets the Queen a little bit deeper in the base here, make sure that she's going to engage the CC before he has the King and the World Champion engages so that she can properly handle it and then continue the push towards the Town Hall. I like the entry here. It's a tried and true method. It's very, very powerful, but it does rely on this Queen doing her job and pushing all the way through and taking this Town Hall down.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the log launcher support with the Queen. Any skellies pop out in front of her, those logs will help take it down. It really works out well. Queen is going to get the rage spell on her healers, more importantly than on top of her, but she's taking a lot of fire there, Eric. She goes to ability. She was getting... Oh my God, she just went... What even took her down, I don't know. But... Was it the...
What's gonna get the Town Hall, Echo?
Oh my God, stop.
Where's this World Champion? Where is this? Where is she? She's not deployed yet. No, she is deployed. She's on the left side. Everybody is deployed.
It's 3 or go home. It's 3 or go home right now. He's got to come through. He has the Grand Warden. He used the ability right there. They have to get through that scatter shot. There's a rage spell, a free spell in the back pocket. No other troops. Free spell is right there. He's got enough troops to get through on the back side here. But I don't know. I'm being optimistic here, Eric. Go with me. Go with me. Oh, the Inferno Tower is gonna champion. Oh my God. Dragon Riders. No, they're low on health. This is gonna be a 1-star.
Wait, the healers on the Warden. The healers are on the Warden. Can he take it? Oh, they're not inside the rage.
My God.
He goes down. Oh, the Queen taking the Eagle Strikes right as she went to her ability and dies to her ability. I was speaking of the importance of the Queen Charge surviving to the end there, and he already sent everything after he, before he even realized that the Queen was going to go down. There was no backup method at that, as the Queen Charge was going absolutely superb, but she just got a little bit overwhelmed. That's really rough there, Echo. But Omnipotence, after leading the whole war, are going to trip on the finish line here and give Happy Endings a golden opportunity. If they win and then they win their next one, I believe they make it into the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. So a huge sigh of relief here from Happy Endings as they can walk a victory lap, get their 2-star, and lock in the win here. Keep it safe. Don't take any risks right now. don't spoil your golden opportunity. I'll
tell you, I have no allegiance to either one of these teams, but I was I was pulling for Omnipotence just because of the struggles they've had, their efforts here. And, oh man, I just got deflated back in my chair here as I saw that 1-star after such a strong war. They've given the golden ticket here to Happy Endings. John COC just needs to pull in a 2-star, and they know it. They know that they were handed something that is a gift right now from that mistake from Omnipotence. Just pull in the safe 2-star, and you are going to give yourself the best chances of advancing. And it looks like John is taking his time to make sure that he knows exactly what he's doing to pull in that 2-star.
Yep. If he goes for the safe town hall approach, then he's going to walk in the victory without any issue at all here. And it looks like he's wall breaking open this air defense compartment. He can't do the next wall break really until he gets that archer tower down or that wizard tower down. But Queen's stepping all the way up in here. I wonder if he's even going to attempt to try to get the queen to wall break deeper in the base there, or if he just continues on to the eagle compartment. It looks like the king's in charge of going to the eagle artillery compartment, and
those healers.
Okay. Oh, this kid 1-star. No.
Stop. No.
Echo! Is this happening right now?
Oh my God.
If he doesn't get the percentage high enough, the Dragon Riders can't target the Town Hall. He doesn't have the Earthquake. He doesn't have any way to activate the Town Hall. He has to get it on percentage, or he has to get a strike off on it. But the Stone Slammer can't activate it. He needs to switch over to a blimp. He switches over now. He starts the Dragon Riders through the enemy queen on the opposite side, and he'll try to get whatever percentage he can over there. But the Hound is going to cross. He still hasn't deployed his Road Champion, but whatever he does, the Hound is going to lock onto her. He's in a very, very tough spot, but he absolutely has to have this blimp reach the Town Hall. If it falls short, if something happens with this blimp, this could very, very likely go to a 1-star. And here we go. The moment of truth here. The blimp is sailing in. All pressure is building up to this moment.
Sweeper. Oh my God. Sweeper. Oh, he's got the race.
Does he take it? Does he take it?
He's got it. He's got it.
Oh, sigh of relief there as he crosses 50% and takes the Town Hall down. And Happy Endings has locked in the win here, taking down Omnipotence, almost spoiling their golden opportunity. Absolutely insanity.
This war has been an emotional ride back and forth. But wow, that was very, very close. That sweeper, he is very lucky, John COC, that he had those 2 freeze spells and that rage spell still in his composition. If he didn't, he would have been in some trouble. I'm not sure that Town Hall would have gone down, but it did. And that is gonna bring Happy Endings. It's gonna give them their best opportunity to advance. And now it's just that owl, the owl that we love so much, gonna sit here and chip away as we finish up the last few moments of challenge. And we're gonna know some teams that are moving on, Eric, but I don't know if we're gonna know all of them because there's still one more war to be done later on this evening. I'm looking forward to seeing who is definitely going to be advancing and who we're gonna be waiting on. But this one goes to Happy Endings. Congratulations, guys, on that win.
Yeah. Well,
reach out to them and thank them for that 1-star.
Right. I believe that Lost Meta Gaming and Space Station Gaming are one of the front contenders there, along with Volume 0.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to come down to the last war between Happy Endings and Coruscant, which we played off broadcast, that will determine which of those two will make it through. I think that is the final lineup here, but I'm not 100% sure. That's just what I have heard through the grapevine so far.
Yeah, I think I've heard the same things through the grapevine as well, Eric, but it would make sense. I mean, we do have Space Station Gaming and Volume 0 with the top 2 records. Let's bring back InVerum right now, and maybe he could fill us in on some of this information.
Hello, it is I, the grapevine. Yes.
Hello, grapevine.
Hello. Yeah, that is correct. Yes. Space Station Gaming, Volume 0, Lost Meta Gaming have all qualified for the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals, and it will come down to a last match between Happy Endings and Coruscant for that 4th place, or that 4th spot in the finals, which again, unfortunately, just due to timing, Happy Endings need to reset the war and everything. We will not be able to play that on stream. However, We'll keep you updated on social media. So if you're not following us there, do all that good stuff. But the night's not quite done yet. Not quite done. We have to take a look back. Before we look forward, we have to take a look back at that last attack, Eric, because you had a plethora of choices to choose from. But
I did.
Yes, you did. But what did you select, sir?
We want to go back and look at Michael Snipes' attack. This attack was absolutely brilliant. Now, look what he did here to open up. He put in the Hound, and then after it reached the air defense, he made the air defense invisible so that the Hound continued past to try to go to this other air defense up here. And with this air defense being the next anchor point, it was able to pull 2 black mines and get the blimp onto its target and into that little void space, which was a really, really clever way to make that happen. And with the CC pulled, with a scatter shot out of the way, with an Inferno out of the way here, he got big value. Also forming the funnel for the heroes to be able to punch all the way up and into the town hall compartment. All he needs to do is form a little bit of a funnel down beyond over here to make sure that this area is not going to cause the heroes to walk around the base here, and everything will go in, and then the Royal Champion would be free game to go in here and pick off some of these internal buildings. So the heroes can pick up enormous value, but as we work our way through this, we need to be paying very close attention to what happens to the queen in the long term. So we'll come back to that as we continue to work our way through this attack here. But the king with a wizard, and no, it's a baby dragon over there on the corner there, funneled out and drove the king into the base there with the super ball breaker, giving him access, and wrapped around that compartment at the bottom. The champion sneaks in, takes out the expos as expected, and takes the damage off of the king and queen. Now look at how they wrapped around the town hall poison. Kind of a lucky break there. Continue to pick up value, hits the torch trap, so it's not hitting the balloons, and then the balloons have a nice clean path all the way through. A nice tight clean path though. The ward ability coming in early, protecting the headhunters while they surge their way in there, take out the enemy road champion. He's got the coverage for the multi-inferno on the entry, and then the hounds crossed forward and got in perfect tank positions for the scatter shot. As soon as they lose that tanking, puts the haste down, swarms in there and takes it. Now let's keep a close eye on the queen over here. As the queen was continuing to work her way through, he was running out of balloons up top. The hounds with no air defenses to anchor onto were traveling defense to defense, which makes the balloons that are stacked on top of them very vulnerable to splash damage because it's hitting both of them. But look at the Eagle Artillery Strike actually go into the Unicorn and the archers that came off of the Queen's ability and not to the balloons, and that gave the final stack of balloons enough HP to continue to travel through and take out the last couple defenses. Well, not even, because they didn't make it all the way through, making it even more critical that the last round of Eagle Strikes went to the Queen's generated troops there, plus the Unicorn. Even though the Queen died to the King, the Unicorn there actually taking that Eagle Artillery Strike came in absolute clutch. But unfortunately, or wait, no, I say unfortunately, but no,
fortunately,
that was a win for them. Fortunately, that triple is going to potentially send them into the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals, but they still need to beat Coruscant to be able to get there.
Yes, and it seems like one of the players from Happy Endings who played in this match will not be able to play for a little bit, so that match is going to be delayed, which is part of the reason why we won't have it on stream. However, again, like we mentioned before, we will have it updated on social as soon as we get it. But in the meantime, we can at least tease you with the final leaderboard as it stands now. Lost Metagaming, Volume 0, Space Station Gaming, a 3-way tie for first place. Good luck to our admins trying to sort all that one out. And Coruscant or Happy Endings. One of those two squads will make it onto the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals to be in very good company. Echo, this is a stacked finals.
Yeah, I mean, to see 3 teams up top at 5 and 2. Space Station was at number 1 in the beginning of the night. They're at number 3 right now. Their sister clan, Lost Metagaming, at the number 1 spot. Volume 0. I mean, it's crazy to see all of them dominating so much, and I really just can't wait to find out who that 4th team is going to be. And honestly, what the position of those top 3 is. I'm not sure if those are actually balanced in order of their position. I mean, it's going to affect seeding and how these matches are played out in a couple of weeks at finals. It's exciting.
It is indeed. I also want to note, Happy Endings is actually 4 and 2, not 3 and 3 on that leaderboard, just as a heads up to everybody. But yes.
Are they?
Yes, they are indeed.
Wait. Oh, well, that's interesting because
that
Coruscant's
changes
3 and 3. So if Coruscant wins, they'll go to 4 and 3. Then they'll both be 4 and 3, right?
Yep, that's how that's gonna work.
All right, that makes things real. I mean,
and now we see, and then it comes down to more ridiculous tiebreak rules. Yeah, and
yeah,
then things,
you're right. You're absolutely right.
Oh my goodness! Again, I don't envy our admins here tonight, but again, props, whole shout out to the admin teams working tirelessly behind the scenes over the last months to make all this happen, working with the players, coordinating, and again, shout out to all the players who participated in this so far, whether back and open or here in the challenge. You have put on some absolutely fantastic wars for us all to watch, and of course, all of you at home thinking, "Man, maybe I wish I could participate in this. Maybe we don't get to play. What you do get to do is enter a code, because Echo, Eric." Hey, it's that time again. Exclamation point Clash giveaway in the chat will take you to a Gleam campaign. And on said campaign, you may enter a code. This code will give you a chance to win this fantastic loot box provided by Supercell. That's the code right down there below. So be sure to go enter that over there for your chance to win that. You guys can both confirm. Comfy socks?
Yeah, they're like my favorite. My daughter loves them too. She always steals them. I don't have them anymore. She took them all. I need more. I'm gonna go enter.
What an endorsement. So great. They will certainly be stolen. Excellent. But yeah, this is it for the challenge season, guys. Final thoughts before we say goodbye. Echo, I'll start with you.
It's been a great season. I mean, it's always a great season. This season, it gets better as every season goes on. I've had a blast being here, getting to see some amazing players play, seeing players that we've never heard of before, teams we've never seen before come through and now be fighting to get towards the end, and some of the ones that we love and have known for so long fighting and doing well as well. It's just been a great opportunity to be here, and as every season I say, I appreciate you guys bringing me along for the ride. It's been a blast.
Yeah, definitely. But it's crazy that in both seasons of the ESL Mobile Challenge, we arrived to the final week with very, very, very close standings across the board, and it was an absolute shootout. Last season, it was an absolute shootout this season, and now I am just teeming for this finals here, and I'm ready to go here. This is going to be absolutely wild, and I can't wait to see who ultimately claims that title as the ESL Mobile Challenge Champion final.
I mean, that's what, yeah, at the finals, yes. ESL Mobile Challenge Champion. They get the prize money, the $18,000, the trophy, all that good stuff. And of course, if you want to, A, find out who's the last team to make it, and of course, B, find out when the finals are, make sure you're following us over on social media as well. We also just launched a TikTok, so you should go follow that to boot. Make sure you are staying up to date with all this stuff so you don't miss the finals. But that's it for us, for at least a week here. We're going to call it for tonight, but we will see you all soon. Stay safe.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we
level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up.
This is legitimately like a little unsettling. I'm not.
Are we ready not to level up?
Yeah, okay. All right, more than enough of that.